Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this meeting of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. Sorry that we're getting a little bit of a late start. There was an issue with the elevators, and so people were a little delayed getting into the room. We're going to first turn it over to our clerk, Ms. Manriquez, to take roll call in order to establish a quorum.
Supervisor Allen. Here. Supervisor Christie. Supervisor Hines.
Present.
Chair Scott.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Christie is absent. All other board members are present. We do have a quorum.
All right. Thank you very much. We're now going to call on Randy Metcalf. Randy is a digital asset coordinator with the Pima County Communications Office. We often see him wielding a camera here at these meetings, and Mr. Metcalf is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody could please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Metcalf, anything going on in communications that you want to share with the board and our audience?
We're just always out here trying to do the best job we can as a team to let the public know what's going on here in Pima County. I myself take photos and videos that you see all around, and I'm usually aiming cameras at you guys. So yeah, it's a unique government job for sure, but I thoroughly enjoy it.
We don't usually make you talk, so thank you.
Yeah, this is super weird.
Thank you for doing that.
All right, thanks.
Appreciate you. All right, we are now going to move to item 3 on the agenda, which is the land acknowledgement statement to be offered by Elizabeth Laudriere. She is an office manager at Davis Bilingual Magnet School. Is Elizabeth here? Or, oh, it's a video? Okay, my apologies.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Laudriere. I'm the office manager at Davis Bilingual Magnet, and I'm here to do the land acknowledgement for today's meeting. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial, and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tono Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasquayaki tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive towards building equal partner relationships with Arizona tribal nations. Thank you and have a great day.
All right, that was wonderful, and I'm glad that I clearly pronounced her last name correctly. We now are going to go to another video presentation from our staff at Pima Animal Care Center. This is the Pause for Pause video.
Hey board, this is Lucy. Lucy's about 3 months old, and she is a part of what we're seeing out at PAC these days. It's puppy season. These are highly adoptable, friendly, loving animals, and we'd love to see you out here taking advantage of them. If you're not in a position to adopt, we always have the foster option. Fostering can be for overnight, can be for you taking the animal for as long as you can and finding a new home. But we have over 800 animals out in foster right now, so it's a really critical part of our operation. And we'd love to come out and have you come out here and explore that with us.
So with Pause for Pause, we are alternating between in-person and video presentations, which is probably good for the board because I think Supervisor Grijalva almost vaulted over the dais last time to do an adoption. There's only so much in-person cuteness we can take. All right, we will now go back to Ms. Manriquez for agenda adjustments. Ms. Manriquez.
On the regular agenda, page 5, item 24, this is under County Administrator, Wildfire Danger Mitigation Plan. Supervisor Christie requests this item be continued to the board meeting of May 6th. On page 10, item 49, under franchise license and permit, this is the hearing for the fireworks permit for Sabino High School. The applicant requests this item be removed from the agenda due to cancellation of the fireworks display. On the addendum agenda, executive sessions on page 1, item 3, and item 4, and on addendum 2, page 1, item 1. These items will be heard at a time certain of 12 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. And we're now going to move to a part of the agenda that I know the entire board really enjoys and really appreciate county administration giving us the opportunity to recognize long-term employees as they are getting ready to leave their service with Pima County. So we're going to first recognize Ms. Lori Zambos, who is a library associate. She has been with the Pima County Public Library for 25 years. And would ask board members if they could join me and Ms. Lesher so that we can recognize Ms. Zambos.
Trying to get all of my staff to come up here. They're a little shy. Good morning, everyone. Chair Scott, supervisors, and Administrator Lesher, thank you for allowing us this time to celebrate Lori Zambos, who is an amazing library staff person who we're thrilled to celebrate, but super sad that she's leaving us. Lori has worked for it. Her award is 25 years, but August would actually be 26 years, I think. Yeah. So she is a long time member. She has worked at so many of our libraries, and as you can see, beautiful smile, and all of these people are here today to celebrate the work that she's done. We have an intranet for our staff where they can put up profiles and then people can say things about them. And I was looking at it yesterday. She has one of the longest lists that I have ever seen of what people say about each other. And some of the things that people acknowledged her for is customer service. And she has shown that over and over again at all of the libraries that she's worked at. Kindness, generosity. Oh, I actually need my glasses because now I'm getting teary. Generosity, extreme helpfulness, humor, and leadership. And she also is an amazing cook and a decorator. So every holiday, if you come up to the fourth floor administration, since she's been there, been decorated to the nines. So we were so happy about that. I also just wanted to say that love happens at the library. And so Lori also met her husband, Ken, at the library. And they've been together for many years. And Brandy, raise your hand. Her daughter, Brandy, just started with the library in HR. So Lori, thank you so much for your service. And just know that we really love and appreciate you. Is there anybody else that would like to say anything?
I work with Lori when I start with Martha Cooper Library Branch. I was a refugee, arrived the first year, and the first job I met this lovely lady. She was her smile doesn't stop. Doesn't matter what is in here or here, the smile 24 hours. Yeah, she's lovely. She's so helpful. She's so cooperative. She never showed me something that I don't know. Of course, everything is new for me at that time. But she never let me feel that feeling that, who's this woman? Why she come here? I never feel with her that feeling. I appreciate it really.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Nice. Thank you.
I just want everybody to know that she's amazing. We're going to miss her.
I thought I was going to say things and I am so choked up right now. I don't know if I can. Just so blessed to have worked here for so long and had so many great experiences and opportunities. And so many amazing people. I mean,
You make me lie now because I said you never
I'm smiling as I'm crying, so does that work? Does that matter? Anyway, so yeah, I'm just so grateful for all of it, the whole package. I mean, but these people are what made it special. So thank you all so much. I'm gonna miss you guys. Oh, goodness. Okay.
There you go. There you go. Get the group around her. You hang on to that. It's,
Okay.
it'll hurt you.
Can I get my daughter behind me also?
Can you do me a favor? Hang on to that. It's heavy and I don't want to fall over.
Absolutely.
All right. All right. Okay.
Everybody get in.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Microphone. Let's see here then.
Okay. All right, my colleagues and Ms. Lesher stayed down there because we're going to recognize another employee. This is Joseph Duransky, and Mr. Duransky has been a laboratory supervisor with the Pima County Regional Wastewater Reclamation Department for 26 years. We're going to recognize his retirement.
Where he's going.
Hey, Jackson.
Jackson, you want to say
Yeah.
about this wonderful guy?
You bet. You got everyone?
Good morning. My name is Jackson Jenkins. I'm the director of the wastewater department. I haven't been here quite as long as Joe, but I remember him from the early days, 26 years ago. He started in the laboratory as an assistant where basically he was a bottle washer. All the glassware that's used in the lab, that's what he did. And over the 26 years, he's continued to grow and move up in his career path, and he's been a supervisor for a number of years now. And he has been one of the most significant leaders in making sure our laboratory stays as a state-certified laboratory. And there's a tremendous amount of rules and procedures and policies and audits. And he has a whip in one hand, and I'm not sure what's in the other, but it keeps everybody doing what they need to do to keep that certification, which is very important for the business we do. He also has been a leader in our safety arena. We pride ourselves on the safety focus we put in our facilities, and the lab has a lot of risks that come with that work. And he's been keeping us in very good shape in the safety program over there. We have not had any serious or issues in a long time. He's added a little bit of his own spice to it. It gets a little bit boring and monotonous when you talk about different chemical safety and fire extinguisher safety and all those things that you repeat and repeat and repeat. So he's kind of created some Jeopardy games for our safety meetings and some other game show and TV show type of things that go so far back in time, I don't even know where they were from. But it definitely, his team has appreciated it, we've appreciated it, and he's just been a tremendous asset for us. Let's see, the 26 years, I guess, when I first came to the county, I was surprised to see that our entire lab group, of which there's about 30 some, they were scattered around. We were all at one location. At the time, it was called the Ina Road Water Pollution Control Facility, which is now the Tres Rios Water Reclamation Facility. And I don't know if we didn't like our lab people, but we'd put them in closets and dungeons and trailers, and they were scattered around in different places that nobody else wanted to be in, and they stuck it out. But anybody that's been aware of or visited our lab facility in recent times, it's a beautiful state-of-the-art facility where everybody works together, and really nice facilities that warrant the level of professionalism and work that they do. So Joe, thank you so much for everything you've done for our successes. Anyone else? Any other quick words on Joe?
Well, I just want to say what a long, strange trip it's been.
Yeah.
You got it for mine, thank you.
Thank you.
Under that, we'll get some-
Thanks. Thank you so much.
When do you leave for Lance?
July 10th.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
They brought an army of people up here. We wanted to do that, but we would have had to shut down a lot of the wastewater facilities. So,
Okay, we didn't do it.
but a lot of Joe's colleagues send their best regards and let us do the honor of saying goodbye.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Maybe one more picture.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We are now back on the regular agenda, and we have on both the regular agenda and the addendum some presentations of proclamations to make. And the first one is a presentation of a proclamation to Jamie Maslin Larson, President and CEO, Tono Chul, and Corin Manning, Chair, Tono Chul Board of Directors, proclaiming the day of Saturday, April 19, 2025 to be Tono Chul Day. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? And because Tono Chul is in District 1, I get the pleasure of presenting this proclamation. You want to hold this, Jamie? Sure. Thank you. Hi, Corey. All right. Whereas on April 19, 1985, Tono Chul was officially dedicated by Richard and Jean Wilson, who envisioned a place where visitors could find comfort in the natural beauty of the area, appreciate the importance of conserving the Sonoran Desert region, and gain a deeper understanding of its native peoples. And whereas for 40 years, Tono Chul has served as a community sanctuary where nature, art, and culture intersect, providing an oasis of beauty, learning, and inspiration in the heart of Northwest Tucson. And whereas founded to preserve the natural heritage of the region, Tono Chul has enriched the lives of countless visitors through its stunning gardens, art exhibitions, community events, engaging educational programs, and commitment to environmental stewardship. And whereas over the past 4 decades, Tono Chul has become a cornerstone of the Tucson community, uniting individuals of all ages in celebration of the land, its history, and its future. And whereas Tono Chul continues to be a beacon of conservation and sustainability, preserving the unique biodiversity of the region while inspiring future generations to protect and cherish the natural world, now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the day of Saturday, April 19, 2025, to be Tono Chul Day. and encourages all citizens to celebrate and support this renowned institution as it embarks on its next chapter of growth and inspiration. Congratulations. And I will be very pleased on Saturday to join Oro Valley Mayor Joe Winfield, where we will be presenting this proclamation and a similar proclamation from the town of Oro Valley to our friends at Tono Chul. And I know Ms. Maslin Larson has some remarks she'd like to share with all of you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Scott and members of the board, for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to share a story about vision, stewardship, and the enduring value of public green space, embodied right here in our community by Tono Chul. Over 40 years ago, our founders, Dick and Jean Rilson, recognized something profoundly important: the need to preserve a piece of the Sonoran Desert in the heart of the city, not just for nature itself, but for the people who live alongside it. Rather than selling their land to developers, they saved it for future generations and dedicated it as a nonprofit park in 1985. Gene Wilson once said, "We wanted to keep something natural in the middle of all the development so that people could come easily for a few hours." Her statement reflects not just personal intent, but a public virtue, a recognition that access to nature should not be a luxury, but an invitation afforded to all. And from there, as Pima County grew, Tono Chul grew. Not just in acres or attendance, but in meaning. Today, Tono Chul stretches across 49 acres, alive with cactus blooms, hummingbirds, quiet corners, and a spirit that welcomes all. It's where children chase lizards, where elders sit in sun-dappled shade, where artists, dreamers, travelers come to remember what it means to be part of something wild and wise. As we reflect on what has been achieved over 40 years, we're also looking for what lies ahead. Tono Chul is a dream made real, a sanctuary shaped by vision, heart, and time. As our region continues to grow, we remain committed to welcoming Tucsonans into our gardens to explore the wonders of our Sonoran Desert home. In a time of change, Tono Chul offers roots. On behalf of our board, our staff, volunteers, and the thousands of visitors we serve each year, I want to thank you for your continued support of public green spaces that serve as cultural oases for everyone in Pima County. I'd also like to invite all of you to our anniversary celebration on Saturday from 8 to 3 p.m. Thank you for your time and for your leadership.
All right. Our next proclamation is a presentation of a proclamation to Jeannie Joseph, PhD, the Human-Animal Connection, proclaiming the day of Wednesday, April 30th, 2025 to be National Therapy Animal Day. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 3-0, and this proclamation will be presented by Supervisor Allen.
So whereas therapy animal teams serve many communities in Pima County, and whereas nearly 200 Pima County therapy animal teams visit schools, hospitals, government employees, 911 operators, the VA, and anyone in need of comfort, and whereas scientific research shows that interacting with therapy animals can reduce stress, relieve depression, slow a person's heart rate, lower blood pressure, and strengthen the immune system, and whereas therapy animal teams throughout Pima County play an essential role in improving human health and well-being through the human-animal bond, and whereas therapy animal teams interact with a variety of people in our community, including veterans, seniors, patients, students, and those approaching the end of life, and whereas these exceptional therapy animals who partner with their human companions bring comfort and healing to those in need. And whereas we encourage more pet owners to consider becoming therapy animal team volunteers to help our community by creating greater access to meaningful therapy animal visits. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Wednesday, April 30th, 2025 to be National Therapy Animal Day. Passed and adopted this day, 15th of April, 2025.
Thank you so much, the Pima County Board of Supervisors, Rex Scott and Jen Allen, and everybody else who's working so hard for everyone in Pima County. And I think, has anyone noticed there's a lot of stress out there lately? Okay, it's not just me. Okay, yeah, but there's a lot of stress out there, and our wonderful over 200 teams of therapy animals go visit in places that are sometimes difficult. We go to 911 centers, we visit with the FBI. We'd love to come and see your offices. Just give us a call, and we'll come with our cutie pies, and you can come and snuggle. And we just want to thank you so much for all the good that you do in loving animals, and please come up and get a picture and have a little cut and pedal. Thank you, thank you, thank you for everything you do.
And they will. No. So that's agenda, which means we can respond. They can't respond. You still, you can at the end. Thank you, Supervisor Allen. We're now to item 10 on the regular agenda. This is presentation of a proclamation to Citlali Gonzalez, Public Health Program Manager 1, Ulicia Garcia, Public Health Educator 2, Brian Dennis and Nicholas Matthews, Public Health Program Coordinators, REACH, Lee Ituli Klassen, Senior Manager, Office of Non-Communicable Disease Prevention, and Christina Flores, Bicycle and Pedestrian Public Safety Health Program Coordinator, Pima County Health Department, Aricia Lee, Community Engagement Coordinator, and Hope Barton, Intern, Pima County Department of Environmental Quality, proclaiming the month of April 2025 to be Bike Month in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? And Supervisor Hines, as you can tell, is going to present this proclamation.
Okay. Whereas Pima County is committed to promoting cycling as a sustainable and healthy mode of transportation, fostering a vibrant community through an active lifestyle. And whereas throughout the month of April 2025, Pima County will celebrate bike joy and the well-being it imbues within us, as well as the power that more people riding bikes has in making life better for everyone through physical activity and reducing pollution. And whereas Pima County is ranked #1 in biking infrastructure and offers extensive opportunities for cycling, including the Chuck Huckleberry Loop, among other dedicated park and greenway bike paths, scenic mountain biking trails, and cycling events like El Tour de Tucson and Ciclovia Tucson. And whereas over 8.4 million cycling trips have been recorded on the loop, which serves as a critical piece of local infrastructure supporting active transportation, recreation, and public health. And whereas cycling generates economic benefits by supporting businesses and promoting local tourism like El Tour de Tucson, which has raised more than $110 million for nonprofits over the last 40 years. And whereas increased bike use leads to improved air quality by reducing vehicle emissions, which in turn decreases respiratory health risks such as asthma and other lung-related illnesses. And whereas cycling is a low-impact option that contributes to health benefits including increased cardiovascular health, increased muscle strength, reduced risk of chronic disease, improved joint health, and helps boost mental health and well-being. And whereas an increase in safe and accessible biking options contributes to a healthier and more connected community, promoting social well-being and active lifestyles for all residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of April 2025 to be Bike Month in Pima County and encourages all Pima County residents to get out on their bikes this month and every month and find ways to incorporate bicycling into your everyday activities as much as possible. Passed and adopted this 15th day of April 2025.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Citlali Gonzalez. I am the program manager for the Racial and Ethnic Approaches to Community Health program at the Pima County Health Department. We're so happy to be partnering with the Pima County Department of Environmental Quality on Pima County Bike Month this April. We also want to thank our county communications team for all their help, our community partners, as well as any public health department staff who were helping us with this project. Also, this month we want to highlight the health, environmental, and economical benefits of cycling. And we want to encourage everyone to participate in promoting cycling as a way of fostering a healthier and more connected community in our beloved Pima County. Thank you so much, and we hope to see you at one of our events this month. And does anyone have? No? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You bet. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Hines. We now have two proclamations on the addendum. I'm going to do the number 2 first because it is an annual proclamation. It's not being presented today. But I want to thank Mr. Bagwell in the District 5 office for letting us know about this. That is the proclamation proclaiming the week of May 1 through May 7, 2025 to be Youth Week in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 3-0. We're now going to go to item 1 on the addendum, which is our last public presentation. This is presentation of a proclamation to Dr. Julian Ackerley, Director, and Kelly Burkholder, Board President, Tucson, Arizona Boys Chorus, proclaiming the day of Saturday, May 3, 2025, to be Dr. Julian Ackerley and Tucson, Arizona Boys Chorus Day. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 3-0, and I will be presenting this proclamation. Really nice to see you. I'm going to ask your brother, the other Dr. Ackerley, to hold this. And want to thank Dr. Ed Ackerley for being in contact with our office so that we could provide appropriate recognition to his brother for all of the cultural enrichment and joy that you have brought to this community. And Mr. Burkholder, thank you for your role as a leader in the Tucson Boys Chorus. Whereas the Tucson, Arizona Boys Chorus was founded in 1939 by Eduardo Caso and is celebrating a tradition of excellence for 85 years. And whereas the Tucson, Arizona Boys Chorus has trained thousands of young men and has collaborated with and encourages musical education in schools, organizations, and youth endeavors. And whereas the Tucson, Arizona Boys Chorus promotes leadership and good citizenship, training of youth, and has established an important legacy in the community with an enriched educational experience through the study of music. And whereas the Tucson, Arizona Boys Chorus imparts musical, social, and leadership skills that build self-esteem and have a sustaining impact on many young men, their families, and the community. And whereas Dr. Julian Ackerley has led the Tucson, Arizona Boys Chorus since 1980 and celebrates 45 years as director. And whereas Dr. Julian Ackerley will retire after 4 1/2 decades, having traveled with the Tucson, Arizona Boys Chorus to 6 continents, dozens of countries, and throughout the United States, representing our community as Tucson's singing ambassadors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the day of Saturday, May 3, 2025, to be Dr. Julian Ackerley and Tucson, Arizona Boys Chorus Day, and encourages all citizens to congratulate and celebrate Dr. Ackerley on 45 years of service and the chorus on its 85th anniversary. May the Tucson, Arizona Boys Chorus continue to sing and entertain our community for many more years to come. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Supervisors. It is really an honor for the Tucson, Arizona Boys Chorus to get this recognition. As you heard, since 1939, the Boys Chorus has been a part of the art, educational, and culture of Southern Arizona, representing our communities as the Singing Goodwill ambassadors. And my privilege and pleasure for 45 years, having an opportunity to lead this extraordinary organization has really been profound. And I know that it has made a difference in the lives of the thousands of young men and their families, but it's equally important in our communities here in Southern Arizona. So again, thank you for this recognition. Kelly.
Thank you very much. I am a honored alumni of the Tucson Boys Chorus, graduated in 1968, and I am honored to be the board chairman, and I congratulate Dr. Ackerley on his 45 years of service.
Thank you, Kelly.
Let's give them another big round of applause, please.
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now on to item 11 on the agenda. This is call to the public, and I will read our rules and regulations for call to the public guidelines. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board, may be removed by the Sergeant at Arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. We have 4 people who have asked to address the board, so each speaker will have 3 minutes. They are in this order, and you're welcome to sit in the front so that you can be prepared when it's your turn to speak. First speaker is Dana Cormash, followed by Lori Moore. After Ms. Moore will be Dave Smith, and after Mr. Smith will be Roger Score. Ms. Cormash, you can flip the microphone that way, and you have 3 minutes to address the Board of Supervisors.
I'm Dana. Thank you for letting me speak today. I've known Andres Cano for 9 years. He almost always greets me with a hug. He helped me and my son take socks and underwear to the homeless vets program at the VA hospital. He asked me to help him bag chicken at the Casa Maria soup kitchen. He cares about all of Pima County, especially the less fortunate. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Cormash. Ms. Moore.
Good morning. My name is Laurie Moore, District 1. At a recent City Council meeting, the issue of reinstating bus fares was discussed. Bus fares became free to any rider during COVID. That sounds charitable, humane, warm and fuzzy, and a real feel-good decision. What could possibly go wrong? Well, that act of kindness became a transport primarily for the mentally unwell. It seems that humanitarian gesture has fallen apart. Kind of another chickens have come home to roost moment. Apparently at the meeting, out of the mouths of babes, and in this case bus drivers, came the real opposition. They said that the clientele that once rode the bus to work and school had disappeared, to be replaced by homeless vagrants and drug addicts. A predictable, natural consequence. Just another example of how a mismanaged mess just gets messier. For whatever reason, there are many, certain factions of society are unable to help themselves. One word describes them all: incapable. Incapable means unable to initiate change without real help. And that doesn't mean freebies. I mean real help. Freebies are not help. Politicians need to stop feeding the beast of mental illness and addiction with freebies. The feeding the beast category would include things like free clean needles for drug addicts, releasing drug addicts on a pinky swear that they will stop doing drugs, letting free drugs pour in through an open border, sleeping in free designated parks in cardboard boxes, panhandling for free drug money, free bus rides so they can get to their drug dealers faster and get back quicker to feed the beast of drug addiction. Anything free would be feeding the beast. Real help will involve incarceration with mental health services, medical and drug treatment, job training and continuous supervision, testing and re-incarceration when needed. Drug addicts can't get well by themselves. The homeless aren't going home. Zombies are everywhere. Some are criminals, some are not. Who can tell? If they are incapable of getting off the streets, then they must, for their own well-being and the safety of the public, be incarcerated and receive help, real help. They will never seek help on the streets, and staying on the streets is not a choice. No freebies, no free housing, needles, bus rides, begging, squatting. These people cannot fix themselves. They are incapable. Politicians are quick to aid, abet, harbor, and finance illegals, but not show the same urgency to the mentally incapable U.S. citizens roaming the streets of Pima County. Please put U.S. citizens first. That is your oath of office. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Dave Smith.
Well, good morning, gang. Chairman, you know, this is after this, we're going to announce the new supervisor for that empty slot from Adelita. And what I hope you've done is think about the fact is, again, for the last 3 years, we've been talking about the need to husband our resources, the need to take care of the commons, for instance. You know, the city is facing the problem or the crisis they have in terms of the commons being in the bus, which is a limited resource for people, and it's been further limited by the very clientele who choose to choose free options. These are the kind of things the county, you are in charge of our commons in so many ways, our roadways. You know, driving here, it's always an adventure in Tucson. What's the new pothole today? What about the funds? The question is, where did millions of dollars go? And now we're having to seek that out. And it's going to be interesting to see over the next few years as we try to do audits and try to understand what's been happening. But the priority of this county has to be the citizens of this county. If property taxes get raised, once again, we're not only going to be the highest property tax, but I think even everyone who's paying them, again, that limited clientele of people who is starting to become a taking, even though taxes are a right of every government entity, certainly. But it becomes a point when the taking itself or the taxing itself can become a taking when it's simply for a very limited amount of benefit and not to the people who the taxes are being taken from. Your obligation as our county is to take care of the people of this county first. And what I see is what I've seen for the last 3 years is the fact that they are the last concern you seem to have. And I hope whoever this next person is, and I've heard names and I've heard bios passed around, but the issue is that person responsible to the collective community as a whole, facing the issues, the crisis of the commons we face in this town or this county? And the vast majority of people in Pima County do live in the city of Tucson. I live in Marana. Many people here may live in Oro Valley. And each of our city councils are responsible to take care of that clientele. And at the same time, sometimes you wonder where or what are the priorities. I challenge you to think about your priorities. I challenge you to think about the facts that you have a clientele. You have a group of people that you service. And yes, Supervisor Allen, you're mine. And the thing is that I hope that you're thinking about our community. You're thinking about the whole community at large. And these are the things that I challenge you to think about as you make this replacement. I hope that person can show that they're able to think beyond a narrow scope of partisanship into the broad range of good or collective good, which is what a board like yours is dedicated to do. Serve the community, be responsible, husband our resources well, and serve everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Score.
Hello, Supervisor Scott, board members, DEI hires. How y'all doing? What you guys need to bring attention to is these clowns out attacking Teslas, vehicles, other people's property. They have no right to come by and try to vandalize my Tesla. And this is going to lead to people getting badly hurt. So far, the right has been rather passive. As you bring criminals into our county, you let our roads get destroyed, you're destroying our community. You basically become the definition of the enemy within. What am I going to do when you guys let lawbreakers go loose? What if one of them hurts, rapes, or kills one of my grandkids? Do you think I'm going to be this friendly? Am I just supposed to swallow it and let it go? Meanwhile, you turn our mics off for being offensive when we're getting attacked. People creating jobs in this city have their places vandalized, destroyed. And I haven't heard you come out and condemn that. You condemn other things, but you don't condemn the people being violent and destroying our city. If when met with hostility, you show tolerance towards your enemy will indoctrinate your children, burn down your villages, chastise your savior, and conquer your lands. I suggest that we make our enemies fear our very presence. So in other words, if anybody wants to go vandalize a Tesla, I'll point them towards mine, because that'll be the last one you vandalize. And you're weak. They chose you people because you're not mentally capable of figuring out and making a stand and presenting yourself and getting a job elsewhere. That's why the left chooses AOC, Kamala Harris. What else could she do? That's their only chance at making millions of dollars, is to suck off of us taxpayer. And the media, they're just as worthless. They don't report. They cover it up for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Score. If there are no other speaker cards, I'm going to close call to the public and ask my colleagues if they want staff to follow up on any matter that was raised or respond to a criticism. Hearing no one, we will now move to item number 12 on the regular agenda. And that is discussion action regarding the appointment of a new District 5 Board of Supervisor. I will ask my colleagues if anybody wishes to bring forth a name. Supervisor Allen.
So I was thrilled to have so many incredibly qualified, really capable and smart people put their name in the hat for this position. I would like to make a motion to appoint Andres Cano to the District 5 Supervisor seat. Andres, I think, well, we have, again, tremendous applicants who have done great impact throughout our community in so many ways and levels. I think right now, at this particular moment, we need somebody in the seat who can hit the ground running with experience around the Board of Supervisors, experience around complexities of budget, navigating difficult moments and difficult times. And I think Andres brings that experience. Andres is a sixth-generation Arizonan who began his public service incredibly early and has continued on, both working at District 5, the legislature, graduate of a Harvard degree program, and it's, you know, the resume can go on. I think highly qualified and make a great District 5 appointee.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen. Supervisor Hines, are you seconding?
Was just going to second with some comments.
Very good. Please go right ahead, sir.
I would echo that. And I had a really tremendous time meeting everybody. For I think most people I sat down with for more than an hour. This community never ceases to impress me just by the quality of folks who step forward for these exact kind of situations. And you know, we have a lot facing us right now. If I were a resident of District 5, I could see myself voting as a voter for just about every single person I sat down with. But what our job is right now, what this board must do, is seat someone who is ready at this moment with as much knowledge as possible to be voting on a budget in a few weeks and all of this other stuff. So I'm pleased to second my colleague's motion for Andres Cano.
So the nomination of Andres Cano is moved by Supervisor Allen, seconded by Supervisor Hines. I also will be supporting this nomination, and I'm honored and proud to do so. When I read about how and where Andres grew up, I was reminded of many extraordinary students I was privileged to know in my career as an educator who used their challenging personal circumstances as motivation to both personally thrive and serve their communities. I had the opportunity, as did my colleagues, to sit down with each one of the 6 applicants for this position. All of them had compelling reasons to consider them for this appointment, and each of them has worked on behalf of the people of District 5 in some capacity. However, when I spoke with Mr. Cano, it was as if I was engaged in dialogue with someone who was already a supervisor. Such was the extent of his extensive knowledge and obvious preparation. I heard from dozens of people via email, phone calls, text messages, and personal contact about their experiences with Mr. Cano. Not only did they attest to his intellect and political skills, but they also talked about his essential goodness and the way you know that he is fully present in any conversation with him. At a very young age, he has already demonstrated himself to be a model of true servant leadership. Mr. Cano started his career in public service in Pima County's Summer Youth Employment Program. He also worked in the District 5 office as an intern and staff member. Elected 3 times to represent his legislative district, he was selected by his colleagues to serve as caucus leader. And I heard from many of those legislators about why they picked him. After earning an advanced degree at Harvard, he has come home to continue to work on behalf of the people of Pima County. I look forward to our service together and believe the people of District 5 will be well served by Supervisor Andres Cano. Yes. And we are required with all appointments to do a roll call vote, and the clerk will now call the roll in support of the nomination of Andres Cano to be the new District 5 Supervisor.
Supervisor Allen? Yes. Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Chair Scott?
Yes. Supervisor Cano, congratulations. And we have present and are so grateful to her for being here, Judge Danielle Lifsky, who is the presiding judge of Pima County Superior Court, and she will administer the oath of office to our new colleague. Judge Lifsky, thank you so much for being here.
You're very welcome. Just in case you want to sit right.
Good morning. Oh, excellent. Ready? We'll make it official. Can you raise your right hand, please? I, please state your name,
I, Andres Cano,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and defend them against all enemies,
and defend them against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
and that I will faithfully and impartially
and that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties
of
the office of Pima County Board of Supervisors, District 5.
of the office of Board of Supervisors, Pima County, District 5,
According to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability.
so help me God, or I do so affirm.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We are now going to take a brief recess because Supervisor Cano, as a matter of state law, needs to sign his loyalty oath. And we also want to give him the opportunity to engage with members of his family and friends who are here. So we're going to take a brief recess. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. We are back in session with our new colleague, who I am now going to recognize for a point of personal privilege. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you so much, Chair Scott, and members of the board and members of the public for being here today as well. Before I offer my first remarks, I want us to all offer a moment of silence to a dear friend in our community who has lost his life. Pascual Erunias, and his funeral services are taking place this morning at St. John the Evangelist Catholic Church. Born on May 17, 1939 in Sonora, Mexico, Pascual passed away peacefully on April 4th, 2025, surrounded by his family. He leaves behind his wife of 65 years, Francis Erunias, and his children, Sandra Otero and her husband Marco, Sonia Erunias, Angelica Erunias, Pascual Erunias Jr., and his wife Susana and Jesus Erunias. As Pascual's family and friends gather today to say their final goodbyes, I invite my colleagues on the board and all of our guests here to please rise and join me in a moment of silence, honoring the memory and the legacy of Pascual Erunias. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I can proceed.
Please.
Thank you so much. Chair Scott, Supervisor Allen, Supervisor Hines, Supervisor Christie, Clerk Manriquez, County Administrator Lesher, and to the residents of District 5 and Pima County. I'm honored to be here now on this dais with gratitude in my heart and a deep sense of responsibility for what this moment means. This board has led a thoughtful, transparent, and inclusive process for the vacancy, one that welcomed public input and honored community voices. Thank you to each supervisor for your due diligence and to Clerk Manriquez for your steady leadership throughout. I also want to thank the applicants who stepped forward. At last week's League of Women Voters Forum, I was moved by the passion and commitment of those who care deeply about the future of District 5. I look forward to working with each of them as partners in public service, and I want to thank Carla, Kimberly, Cynthia, Lewis, and Richard for their applications. This is a full circle moment. 15 years ago, I entered this very hearing room as a 14-year-old intern in the county's summer youth employment program. I spent 4 summers learning the basics of our county government, first in the wastewater department, then in the county administrator's office, and finally the District 5 office under Supervisor Richard Elias. I was taught that government works best when it listens, when it shows up, and when it delivers for those most in need. Chairman Elias shaped not just my career, but my heart. He showed me that service is not about spotlight, it's about showing up no matter how heavy the moment. I carry that lesson and his legacy with me into this new chapter and want to thank Emily and his daughter Luce, who have stood with me throughout this appointment process. I will carry their belief and their legacy every day I sit in this chair. To Supervisor Grijalva, thank you for your trailblazing leadership and years of service to our community and to the people of District 5. To the current and former staff of the District 5 office, thank you. You have modeled what it means to serve with humility, with urgency, and a deep connection to our neighborhoods. And to my family, especially my mom, Patsy, and my brother, Adrian, thank you for believing in my purpose. In her final days, my Nana Rosa told me to always be who I am, to do my best, and to lead with heart. I carry those words and her story with me in every step that I take. As state representative and later as House Minority Leader, I helped pass a bipartisan budget that secured historic investments in housing, healthcare, and education. And after stepping away to pursue a Master of Public Administration, I returned home more prepared and more committed than ever to lead. I want to thank my work family at the City of Tucson, the City Manager, Tim Temure, Mayor Romero, and members of the Council. It has been the honor of a lifetime to serve as the city's Director of Federal and State Relations. At every turn in my career, my compass has remained the same. District 5. From 12th and Drexel to 130 West Congress, right here. My journey has always been about community, and today I bring that same energy, experience, and devotion to this new role. Our county faces real challenges, Mr. Chairman. Federal cuts that threaten public health, housing instability, rising temperatures, strained infrastructure. But I believe that we have the people, the plans, and the potential to meet this moment. The Prosperity Initiative, the Transition Center, our libraries, the dedicated public servants who clock in each day to make our community safer, stronger, and more equitable. This is the foundation that I'm proud to build upon. And to our 7,000 Pima County employees, I see you, I value you, and I will work with our friends in labor to fight for the dignity of your work and your wellness. To my fellow supervisors, I'm ready to lead alongside each of you with collaboration, with accountability, and with care. District 5 raised me, and I'm ready to return that gift by doing what I've always done. Show up, listen, and get to work. So let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Cano. And we will now go back to work and back to the regular agenda. And I just need to ask, because I don't remember from January, need to ask the clerk, when we do these next items under 14 and 15, are those all roll call votes?
Chair Scott, that's at your discretion.
Okay, very good. All right, so we will move to item number 14, Board of Supervisors Procedural Organization, Selection of a Vice Chair. Supervisor Hines.
I would move that we appoint Jen Allen as the Vice Chair.
And I will second that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Allen, will you serve if appointed?
Yes, I will.
All right, very good. So I believe we will do a roll call vote for these. Go ahead, Ms. Manriquez.
Supervisor Allen.
Yes.
Supervisor Cano.
Aye.
Supervisor Hines.
Yes.
Chair Scott.
Yes. Congratulations, Vice Chair Allen.
Thank you.
All right, we are now going to move on to item number 15. This is filling the vacancies on boards, committees, and commissions where Supervisor Grijalba was our representative. The first one is Pima Association of Governments Regional Transportation Authority. The reason it's written that way is if you are a member of the Pima Association of Governments Regional Council, you're automatically a member of the Regional Transportation Authority Board. Do I have a nomination for that position? Supervisor Allen.
I would like to make the motion to appoint Supervisor Hines to serve on the Pima Association of Governments in the Regional Transportation Authority.
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. I will make a substitute motion to appoint myself to that position. Is there a second to that? Hearing none, let's move to the let's move to a roll call for Supervisor Allen's nomination of Supervisor Hines. Go ahead, Ms. Manriquez.
Okay. Just to clarify, Chair Scott's substitute motion died for lack of a second.
Thank
so
you.
we're moving back to the original motion. Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Supervisor Allen?
Yes.
Supervisor Cano?
Yes.
Chair Scott?
Supervisors, I am going to vote yes, because although I feel that my prior experience, 4 years representing this board, would have served us well, I want the entire community and the other members of the Pima Association of Governments Regional Council and RTA board to know that we are a united board. And Supervisor Hines, I will support you in this role in any way. Yes. All right, that passes 4-0. Let's go on to Visit Tucson Board. This was the other board where Supervisor Grijalba was our representative. Do we have any nominations for this? Supervisor Hines.
Mr. Chair, I would nominate Andres Cano to serve for the board at Visit Tucson.
All right. I will second that. Supervisor Kano, will you serve if appointed?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, let's do a roll call vote on this one as well then.
Supervisor Allen?
Yes.
Supervisor Kano?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Chair Scott?
Yes. All right, very good. We're going to now do some shuffling of items because we have some folks who are present for some of the items on both the addendum and the regular agenda. So I first want to very much thank Justice of the Peace, the Honorable Alexander Ball, who has chosen to resign his position for being present today. This is item number 5 on the addendum, and I will, with regret, move the item.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Chair Scott?
Aye. Yes.
Just to clarify, this is 5A, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I apologize. Yeah, this is 5A. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Judge Ball, anything that you wanted to say to either the board or the community?
Not necessarily beyond the letter. I'm privileged to serve, and I'm proud to take involved in the town.
Thank you, sir. I know that you were elected the same year as Supervisor Hines and myself, and we are very grateful to you for your dedicated service to the people of Pima County and to Justice Court. Attached to this item, my colleagues will see the process that we are following to appoint a replacement for Judge Ball, and that is item number B, 5B. You can see, and I'll share this with the public because I know not everybody gets to see this. There are 5 criteria for applying for the position: being 18 years of age, resident of the state, elector of the precinct, Justice Precinct 6, literate in English, same political party as the person vacating the office, and Judge Ball is a Democrat. Interested parties are required to file the following documents with the clerk of the board: letter of interest, resume, financial disclosure statement, conflict of interest forms. We will conduct a background check on all qualified candidates. Clerk will begin accepting required documents tomorrow, April 16th, but all the submission deadline is April 25th. All information about the process will be on our homepage. If requested by the board, and we can talk about this, we will do a virtual public forum that will be conducted by the League of Women Voters. We can each conduct individual candidate interviews, as we just did for the vacancy in Supervisor District 5. And then we will make our appointment at our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is 3 weeks from today on May 6th. Because of the time frame, Judge Ball resigning relatively early in his second term, the individual appointed will serve through 2026, but they will have to win a primary and general election in that year to serve the remainder of the term, which goes to December 31, 2028. First, wanted to ask my colleagues if they're okay with this process as outlined. Yes. And would you like us to direct the clerk to schedule a League of Women Voters forum for applicants?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Ms. Manriquez, do you need us to take any other action with this?
Chair Scott, yes, if you can vote on B.
Okay. So all those in favor?
I need a motion first.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I will move that we accept the selection process as outlined.
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Allen. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. That is the process we'll be following. And Judge Ball, thank you again, sir. All right. Also on the addendum, was advised by staff that we have guests in the audience who are interested in items number 9, 10, 11, and 12 on the addendum, so if we could move to those items. Those were all the items, correct, Mr. DeBonis? All right, thank you. And Ms. Manriquez, I gather we have to go to item number 12 first, correct?
Chair Scott, board members, we have to go to addendum item number 10 first.
Oh, my bad. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so 10 and then 12?
10 and then 11 and then 12 and then back to 9.
Okay, all right. All right, so we're on item number 10, South Wilmot Land Investors LLC to provide for First Amendment to amended Swan Southlands specific plan development agreement. No cost, 25-year term. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. We'll now go on to item number 11. SBH Verano LP to provide for Verano Section 10 Development Agreement, a portion of the Swan Southlands amended specific plan. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. We'll now move to item number 12. SBH Verano LP to provide a master wastewater service agreement for construction of improvements to the public sewage conveyance system and provision of wastewater service for Verano Section 10. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. Now we're back to item number 9. And that is final plat with assurances, Verano Section 10, Block 1, Parcel GH, IJ&K Block 2A, Block 2B, Block 3, Block 4A, Block 4B, Block 5A, Block 5B, Common Area A, and Block 6. I'll move the item.
And second.
Yeah, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item also passes 4-0. All right, and so thank you to our guests who are waiting for consideration of those items. We're going to stay on the addendum because we have guests who are interested in item number 14. This is a hearing, solicitation number IFB-2400006782, Elvado Road Storm Drain Appeal of Procurement Director's Decision. I will go ahead and open the public hearing by asking the county administrator or someone she designates to discuss for the board what we're going to be determining today. Ms. Lesher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to, some of you have met, introduce to you our new procurement director for Pima County in his first meeting, Mr. Bruce Collins, who will explain to you and walk through with you the item before you today. Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Bruce Collins. I'm your procurement director. This particular item is a hearing based upon a company's indication that the bid that we will be bringing forth on May 6th, that award, they're protesting that the bid that was submitted was unbalanced, and also that the bid was unbalanced and that the crowd control element of the bid was at a cost that could not be substantially completed. When the protest was originally received in accordance with the Pima County processes and procedures, that elements of the protest were reviewed by staff. The staff included reviewing it with members of legal, the project management team, and the department. We reviewed the question of, was the bid an unbalanced bid? Based upon our review and analysis, it was determined that there was no pattern of unbalanced bids. The bids were submitted in accordance with a competitive process. In regards to the item that was additionally added regarding that the Davis-Bacon wage rates that were included in the solicitation were higher than previous wage rates that had been issued, we found that that was not a material item, and that since the wage rates were included in the original solicitation, all the bidders acknowledged it and indicated that those rates would be included within their bid. We subsequently met with the lowest bidder because their cost was lower than the engineer's estimate. We met with that low bidder and they confirmed they're willing to complete the work in accordance with the bid that was submitted. So the staff is recommending that the denial of the protest stands based upon our analysis of the facts that are presented.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Hines.
Could somebody explain to me exactly what the protest is? Like, is it because this entity wasn't selected in this process? Is that what the appeal is? I'm just trying to make sure I completely understand what's happening.
Administrator Lesher. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, sir?
Nope, sir.
All right. We have two gentlemen here with the firm that is appealing. Would either of you like to address the Board of Supervisors? Okay. If you want to turn the mic around.
Yes. Hi. I would like to greet you guys, all of you. Mr. Rex is my supervisor, but I have a lot of respect for all of you. My name is Tom Falcone. I'm with Falcone Brothers and Associates. We've been doing business in Pima County for over 35 years. And we always compete pretty much with the same people in the bidding process, which is companies like KENG, BNF, Granite, all the major players in town. Well, this bid was very particular for us because we normally bid and we are always pretty close to engineering estimate because you guys spend a lot of time to put projects together with an engineering estimate. Well, this project, the contractor that was the low bidder on this project was 35% lower than everybody else, including the engineering estimate. And unbalanced bid is if a line item is more than 154%, it's considered by the state, the county, everybody that is unbalanced, which it means it's lower than what everybody else is. And it's more than 200%, which is a safety concern because it's a traffic control. So, for instance, the engineering estimate submitted $90,000. They only have $35,000, which we know that it's, I don't know how they're gonna do this because they, not only that, the wage decision on this job compared to all the other jobs that we bid, it's almost double the price. So a labor on this job is gonna make $44 an hour versus 18 from before. And this contractor that is from Utah, they're gonna come down to Tucson and do this job at almost $650,000 less than any local contractor can do it. That's almost impossible. I'm a taxpayer here. And I've been a taxpayer for over 50 years.
Pardon me
I'm
for interrupting. We usually only do 3 minutes during these hearings, but if you have some additional testimony that's important for the board to hear, please continue.
Okay, no, that's, I just wanted you to know what's the reason why we appealing it, that's all.
Did we have any questions? Supervisor Hines?
Yeah, so I think staff mentioned this, but the lowest bid that it sounds like that was selected, there's like staff is comfortable that that low bid is that company is going to be able to do this work to our satisfaction and complete it in a timely fashion and all that kind of stuff, despite being an incredibly low bid. I just wanted to hear that.
If I can.
Thank you.
Sir, Mr. Collins.
Staff, we did review and we acknowledge that the low bidder was lower than the engineer's estimate and other bids. For the mobilization item, there were 3 other bids of the 4 that were lower than the engineer's estimate. Our analysis is that there was an extremely competitive process and that all of the bidders were sharpening their pencils, if I'm allowed to say that informally, sharpening their pencils to ensure competitiveness. So we acknowledge that in some line items they were lower, but staff is comfortable with our procurement analysis that the lowest bidder can move forward with the award of the contract. The other guarantee is that this project will have payment and performance bonds, which is additional assurance to the board that the contract and the work will be completed.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from board members? Ms. Manriquez, what are the motions that the board considers?
Chair Scott, board members, you can make a motion to deny the appeal, or you can make a motion to approve the appeal.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board? Well, I will make a motion based on what we heard from both staff and from Mr. Falcone to deny the appeal.
Chair Scott, and close the public hearing?
And close the public hearing. Yes, thank you.
I'll second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying, oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Hines.
So what I also heard from staff was that there's going to be like an ongoing process as this other contractor that are apparently contracting with to ensure that the project is moving ahead the way it's supposed to be before they're getting full payment. I heard that too, correct? Okay, thank you.
And if, just to follow up on Supervisor Hines' question, if the board can get updates as they're available, that would be helpful. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion to deny is approved 4-0. Sir, thank you for your time. All right, we're going to go back to the regular agenda. And do we have for executive session, is this a time certain by any chance, Mr. Brown? No? Okay. 12? Okay, very good. So we will skip over executive session. We're going to go into that at noon. So we'll now go to Board of Supervisors sitting as other boards. Item number 16, grant acceptance, U.S. Department of Agriculture for the Brawley Wash Watershed Plan. I'll move the item. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item 16 passes 4-0. Item number 17, riparian habitat mitigation plans. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Vice Chair Allen. All those in favor, I'm sorry, discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Item passes 4-0. We're now down to the consent calendar. I will move the consent calendar as submitted.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion about the consent calendar? All right. All those in favor of approving it as submitted indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent calendar is approved. Now we're going to item number 19, Board of Supervisors representative updates on boards, committees, and commissions in any other municipalities. Any reports from my colleagues?
So I have a couple reports. We met as the Arizona Border Counties Coalition. First meeting, kind of bringing the group back together. We were introduced to the new deputy director for the Economic Development Department, and heard a bit from some colleagues from the Cochise County Board of Supervisors around the importance of the developments around the port of entry in the Douglas area. And it's a committee that I continue to look forward to working with to ensure strong economic development and ports of entry can continue to foster the relationship between Arizona and our partners in Sonora. Also, the Board of Health has been meeting on a monthly basis. Some highlights from the recent Board of Health meeting, including recommending the legal age for purchasing tobacco and vape products increased from 18 to 21, following the lead of the city of Tucson, and the board expressed some support of a bill that is moving through the Arizona legislature. The health department continues to monitor the recent resurgence in measles cases. So we talked a little bit about the outbreak rates and what Pima County Health Department is doing. The board also discussed the increasing volume of misinformation concerning vaccines and the difficulty of keeping our communities safe in light of this misinformation being disseminated from powerful forces and levels at the federal level. The board also heard a report on the health costs of gun violence and showing how gun-related deaths and injuries have domino effects throughout our county, both for our health system and economically. So we will continue to be active on those two boards. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Allen. Any other reports? All right, well, I've got a couple as my colleagues know, and I'll share with Supervisor Cano. I am the representative from the board to the Legislative Policy Committee for the County Supervisors Association. Harkening back to your previous life as a representative, you won't be surprised to know that the LPC has not met for the last 2 weeks because of a lack of action in the legislature. Sorry if I'm giving you any flashbacks.
PTSD.
Also, I am the county's representative to the Sun Corridor Board. The Sun Corridor merger with the Tucson Metro Chamber has been finalized. We will have a seat on the board of the new Chamber of Southern Arizona, and I'm pleased to tell you that the first meeting of that board will be the evening of April 25th. And I will be attending that meeting at the home of our chair, Susan Gray. And then the kickoff luncheon for the new Chamber of Southern Arizona is on May 2nd. And I think we all have received invitations for that. All right. Moving then to item number 20, amended Board of Supervisors meeting schedule. We need to add a meeting to approve the canvass for the July 15th special primary election in Congressional District 7, and this special meeting will be held virtually. I would move approval of the amended schedule.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Vice Chair Allen. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. We're now to the County Administrators section of the agenda. Item number 21, update on federal and state executive, legislative, and judicial actions that affect Pima County. And just to share with our new colleague, your predecessor requested that this be a standing agenda item on our agendas moving forward. So we get this report from the long-suffering Ms. Davis at every board meeting. Administrator Lesher, any introductory remarks?
Well said. Thank you, Chair. Senior Advisor Davis, thank you.
Chair Scott, Vice Chair Allen, members of the board, County Administrator Lesher, thank you again for having me here today, and a welcome to our newest supervisor, Supervisor Cano. So we will go right into all of the activities that have occurred over the past 2 weeks. Next slide, please. In alignment with what Chair Scott just highlighted, we are going to flip the agenda a bit today and start with the state, move into the state impact on our state Medicaid system, but also tie that to what is concurrently happening with the federal Medicaid implications. Then we'll move into our federal funding holds, terminations, stop work, or any other budgetary implications. We will also talk about the substantial and cascading reduction in the federal workforce, and then a high-level update on elections and tariffs that have been discussed over the recent 2 weeks. I want to update the data in this slide. As we know, this all happens very, very quickly. So the 112 executive orders issued by the executive office is now 124. 12 were signed on April 8th through April 9th and recently posted yesterday and today. A lot of those are tied to not just elections, but some of the deregulation and regulatory policy that we talked about last meeting. So we'll give an update on that in our next update if there are any impacts to the local order of business here at the county. The 178 legal actions are now 192. I want to call that out because only 4 of those legislative actions have closed. So a lot of these legislative actions, just to review what the content are, it's really tied to 3 legs of a stool. Whether they're tied to the content of the executive orders and the policy decisions at the executive level, or full funding stops, as we've been monitoring our own grant budget and the legality of such. And then the third is the workforce component. So next slide, please. So we'll start with our state legislative update. As discussed earlier, we've seen a bit of a lag on bill review, but now the committee sessions have concluded, except for the budget hearings and the special appropriations discussions, which are happening, I believe, this morning. 51 bills were signed, 4 vetoed on the governor's desk. There is a consideration of bills introduced late. This is important because we'll be discussing the budget shortfall at the state level of $122 million tied to developmental disability budgets and associated access enrollment. So we'll update you as those bills pass through. Lots of Pima County initiatives have progressed. We anticipate to see additional vetoed bills as they are going through review. We'll update in the upcoming weeks at the conclusion of those outcomes. Next slide, please. So this is really tied to a memo that the county administrator released to the board and our review of the state activity and our Medicaid discussion. So this can be seen on both sides of the coin, both at the state level and the federal level, the risks to Arizona healthcare cost containment system, which is Arizona state Medicaid. So we know that there's $122 million budget shortfall tied to the comprehensive services provided within the Division of Developmental Disabilities. This is important because those individuals are enrolled in our state Medicaid program under our Arizona long-term care services by way of a contract with Access, our state Medicaid agency. Cuts to this to address the budget shortfall would address and impact over 60,000 Arizonans with an estimated 10,000 in Pima County. They are discussing this, I believe, this morning, and the program is set to run out of funds by the end of the month unless they come up with a budget adjustment, which we will update you on in the next update or via memorandum as it concludes. Next slide, please.
Just as an update, we gave this information to the board a couple of updates ago, but it's important to revisit what does Medicaid enrollment look like in Pima County, and what would state budget cuts and or federal budget cuts look like to our residents. The federal government has already proposed over $880 billion in Medicaid cuts over 10 years, with this governor's budget and state level budget impact coming in from the other side. So who's enrolled in Access in Pima County? It's important to note that roughly at any given time, 25 to 30% of our population is covered by Access within 4 groups. Traditional enrollment is the biggest group at 66%, which represents our normal Medicaid enrollees, traditional enrollment, healthcare for kids, lots of safety net programming. 2 expansion groups were brought forward in 2 different timeframes. So during Prop 204, which was passed in 2000, that removed the responsibility of indigent care from counties to the state Medicaid system. The expansion group represents 100% individuals that fall within 100% of the federal poverty limit, and you'll hear a lot of talk in and around the childless adults population. This further expanded during the Affordable Care Act expansion in 2014 to include folks that fall in from the 100% of the federal poverty limit to 133%, further expanding an additional 4% of county residents. Arizona Long-Term Care, it represents 4%, but this is the group that has some of the most significant health and care needs, including disabilities, intellectual and developmental disorders. 35% of those are children under 18. So it's a smaller group across the traditional enrollment buckets, but it is critical. As highlighted in our memo this recent week, cuts to Access would affect not just the accessibility of care for critical services across these resident groups, it would be harmful to the provider network, hospitals, families, and overall economic impacts across the county. Next slide, please. So within this, we want to highlight that 37% of all Access enrollees are children. That is 0 to 18. Compared to the traditional Medicaid population, which is that 66%, a lot of these expansion populations represent our individuals with co-occurring medical, acute, behavioral health, substance use needs. It is a very comprehensive care network for some of our more vulnerable populations. And more than 1/3 of those have claims data tied to multiple of those care needs at one time. So reducing Medicaid enrollment would leave thousands of residents without healthcare coverage. You'll see this lots of narrative is being drafted on this, not only just to direct at our federal level, but you'll see a lot of concluding statements on that today as the state gets through their budget. Next slide, please. So the status of our federal funding holds.
Ms. Davis, I'm sorry, can you go back to the previous slide?
Yes, of course.
I had some data from the Children's Action Alliance that indicated that 42% of children in Pima County are enrolled in public health insurance. Are there other public health insurance programs beyond Access?
There is, but actually, County Administrator Lesher, did you want to? Okay. There is traditional Access, but also there's different timing on when you're looking at enrollment numbers. It's not always consistent month over month, so dependent on where their data is sourced. We have kids care under Access, and we also have the All-Tex program, which serves an additional volume of children with high needs. So depending on where the data is sourced from, again, month over month, it can be anywhere from enrollment to 250,000 Pima County residents to over 300,000. So there's been a lot published recently. So I will happily look at that and report back to the board on any data discrepancies.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Next slide, please. So there's not a lot to say about the status of our federal funding across our grant programming. Since the recent 2 weeks, we have only received some notices in and around non-award or additional review from our FEMA partners, and also some programming tied to LIHEAP, but that's by way of the shifts in staffing with HHS, which are substantial. So we will keep you updated on any other grant holds as we know of them. Next slide, please. The workforce. This is new data, and we've been trying to follow this as closely as possible because this is cascading and incredibly important as we look at economic indicators and the cascading effects of the federal workforce reductions and the grant reductions and the other federal cuts. This includes nonprofit agencies, this includes our contracted partners, this includes the workforce everywhere. But pertaining to federal workforce, we do have preliminary numbers from the Department of Labor. US-based employers announced over 275,000 job cuts in March of 2025 alone. It's a 205% increase compared to the same month last year, and that's overall employment. 80% of those job cuts are tied to Department of Government efficiency actions. That is substantial. Recently, a federal judge ordered 6 federal agencies to rehire the probationary group, and the Supreme Court ruling blocked that. Department of Labor's data suggests that claims for unemployment is as high as it was in November of 2021. Although first-time claims are starting to reduce, we're seeing an increase in the unemployment rate from 4% to roughly 4.2%, increasing slightly every month. The Supreme Court ruling is notable for any court action. Like I said earlier, the court actions are really tied to kind of 3 legs of a stool. 1 is policy, and the policy actions within the executive orders. 2 is funding, and 3 is the workforce. I want to tie this a bit to funding as well, because in absence of court injunctions in and around our funding, there is directives to have increased scrutiny on reimbursements. Most of our grant portfolio is a reimbursement portfolio. Increased scrutiny. We know the Department of Government Efficiency does have hold of grants.gov, which is our largest grant funding portal, previously administered by the Department of Health and Human Services. So we are going to continue to monitor this and also monitor the local impact of such. Next slide, please. And elections and tariffs. So we have an executive order on election integrity with a Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act that has passed the House and is awaiting Senate review. These put forth significant additional documentation for elections that would be required at the time of voting, and some restrictions on early voting. We will keep you updated as we know more about how that would affect Pima County. Tariffs, I believe this data is also incorrect since yesterday. There have been a series of movement on reciprocal tariffs with certain countries. China was at 125%, but there might be exemptions. What we will do is we will monitor the effects on tariffs on any Pima County projects or business, if we hear from our small businesses or any businesses across the county. Next slide, please. And with that, I will take any questions.
Any questions from board members? All right. Ms. Davis, thank you very much. Appreciate all the work that you put into these reports, and I'm sure it's not always the most uplifting work, so we really appreciate all the information.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to item number 22, which is fiscal year 2025-2026 overall budget development. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott. And we do not have an update at this point. I think we've shared with the board information regarding the preparation of the budget, but we're wanting to make sure we had an opportunity to hear from the board any thoughts they might have, making sure any questions about the process or where we were in the development. We will be transmitting the tentative budget to the board on the 25th of this month on a Friday, and you are scheduled for tentative budget adoption in May.
Any questions from my colleagues? I had a question, Ms. Lusher. With regard to the general fund reserve, when Mr. Cuaron did his presentation, there was discussion about having a one-time change from 17% of expenditures to 15%. And then I requested if we could get a report on the long-term ramifications of doing that consistently moving forward. First question is, will that one-time shift be part of the recommended budget, or is that still under discussion?
Chair Scott, that one-time shift will be part of this budget, and if I can anticipate your second question, you will have that memo by the end of the day.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lusher. And then second question I had is, will there be any recommendation from administration as to the allocation for the PAYGO program? Or are you looking for, because I know that has an impact on the overall tax rate. If we go from 60/60 to any other allocation, and I just wondered if that will be, if there will be a recommendation for any change in that allocation, or if the recommendation will be to stay at the current allocation.
Mr. Chairman, we are working on the budget daily, but as of today, we're not going to be looking at a change for this year in the PAYGO formula.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions or comments, Supervisor Hines?
Thank you.
Please.
Three things. One, and we talked about this a little bit before, but in terms of the Sheriff Department's budget, it's really big. It's like 27% of the amount of dollars that we can manipulate at all. I would really like to see, unless it's impacting public safety, and if that staff tells us that right now, then I might change this, but I really want to see us kind of not increase that department budget and work to improve retention, other efficiencies. I don't think we need to add 20 more positions at this time, certainly not 10 of those at least. But I mean, their base budget is 189 million, which is again massive. And there are 1,500 employees, PCNs, under the Sheriff's Department. They'll be benefiting from raises like everyone else, and over 91% of the Sheriff's Department is general fund based. Just the 9% or less is grant based, and I don't believe grants are under threat for public safety. I mean, that we know of, at least not yet. So, I mean, and again, I want to hear staff's thoughts on this, but I would just prefer that we kind of hold the line on the sheriff's budget and not increase it, and encourage greater efficiencies and retention with the current budget, which is again massive, and the largest portion of our discretionary funds at Pima County. And I guess I'd like Administrator Lesher to talk more about the public safety side of things.
Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Scott and Supervisor Hines. At this point, when we've been looking at the supplemental packages that have been coming from the Sheriff's Department, the one that we're reviewing at the current time is a supplemental request for 10 positions that are currently under grants that are targeted to be eliminated, and they are for correctional officers. So we are getting back with your staff who had some very specific questions about the purpose for those 10 individuals. What we've been reviewing, and we'll come back when we look at the full budget presentation to the board, is the exact number of individuals within both the jail and the men and women on the street as the deputies. And what we've been looking at is making sure that we're evaluating the data on overtime usage, where we are with the budget, the full impact when we cut 2% across the board in the Sheriff's Department last year, and what that might impact. But as you indicate, the concern is public safety. What we look at is making sure, like you, that the men and women who are in the jail, those by choice, those not by choice, have a safe environment, and that we have adequate coverage of our deputies in unincorporated Pima County to ensure safety. So we will make sure that when we bring the tentative back for you, for the board, that we have an in-depth analysis of what's being recommended in the sheriff's budget.
Okay, thank you. Item next. This is something in District 2 that I think everybody has seen, the burned out husk of the Spanish Trail right next to the freeway. Not the greatest first impression for this community. So this is like I mean, we don't have Visit Tucson here, but holy crap, it looks terrible. It's in my district still. I've been at this for over 4 years and working closely with mayor and council in the city of South Tucson. They have obviously much more limited resources, but this is an imperative. It's a public health and safety risk. It was just on fire the other day, right? It was just, again, so I'm not trying to make light of it. It's really bad for that community in particular. That area can be developed in other ways. It has asbestos in it. Political governments and also not-for-profits can ask the EPA, if we still have one, we can for mitigation funds. An individual private landowner is not eligible to do that. So for just one time within our capital improvement budget, I'm asking my colleagues to join with me to direct staff to figure out a plan, a mitigation effort, something for up to $1.5 million, again, one time only, to get this area mitigated, rejuvenated, and remove this hazardous, burnt-out husk of the Spanish Trail property, and then allow our colleagues in the city of South Tucson to help to develop that into whatever needs to be there. But it really must be remediated, and I would like to make that in a form of a motion if I could get some support.
I will second it for discussion purposes only because I'd like to know if that was something that we passed, how it would be paid for. If that's something that you and your staff has already talked about, or if you've had discussions with the county administrator along those lines.
Our initial move was to get a plan. I kind of basically direct the staff to help bring forward a plan, frankly. And it may not be $1.5 million. It might be much, much less than that, especially if federal funds are available. If the property is purchased, for example, by a not-for-profit like La Frontera is looking at it, and they can also apply for those funds, but there isn't a specific pay for at this point. I'm just trying to get staff to develop a plan that they could bring back to us so we could then approve it.
And then thank you, Supervisor Hines. And then I had a question, two questions for Ms. Lesher. Number one, if you could respond to what Supervisor Hines is requesting. And number two, I wonder if there would be any jurisdictional considerations that we would have to take into account, because my understanding is that that hotel is within the boundaries of the city of South Tucson.
Thank you. Chair Scott, staff, in addition to members of the board, have been talking with folks in South Tucson for several years now. And we have a variety of appraisals that have taken place on that site. We've looked at it from the public health side. Is it a public health nuisance? How can we identify the problems with that project? I think what would be very helpful is the plan, in that I think, as has been noted, it is from an economic development perspective, it is a key entry point, I think, into parts of our community, and not the best looking at this. What we would like to do as part of the plan is to look at whether there's capital dollars available, whether we can look at mitigation grants, what might be funding sources for this, and continue very closely in collaboration with the staff and the mayor and council of South Tucson to see how we might proceed with their approval and knowledge on this property. I think what we've talked about is in previous meetings with the folks from South Tucson is how do we take some of the lands that are currently idle and helping them becoming economic engines, if you will. How can we find opportunities for mixed-use development that might produce sales tax and revenue for the community, in addition to providing an elimination of that blight? The part that is the hotel, which is in question, is only 3.6 acres. So it's a fairly small footprint, but it could, I think, lead to other opportunities with adjacent properties.
So just to continue with that point of inquiry, it sounds like everything that staff has already been talking about, both with the District 2 office and the city of South Tucson, are incorporated in Supervisor Hines' motion.
Chair Scott, I believe that to be true, yes.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from board members? All right. I'm sorry, Supervisor Allen.
Yeah. I just wanted to share some of the things that, as we move through the budget, that are priorities for our office. I think we shared some of them before, but we have...
I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to move to a vote on Supervisor Hines' motion. And then I will recognize you. Go ahead, Supervisor Hines.
Would you be willing to second it for action as well?
Yes, I absolutely will. Yes. All right. So Supervisor Hines, because I know that the clerk's always happy when we do this, if you could repeat your motion. See, I'm learning.
All right.
And so that we have a better sense of how we're moving forward.
Sure. I move that we direct staff to include up to $1.5 million for within the as yet not finalized capital improvement budget to contribute toward the abatement and rejuvenation of the burned out hazardous Spanish Trail property in the city of South Tucson. To mitigate that public health hazard, and while doing so, work closely with their staff and potentially not-for-profit entities possibly interested in this property, and leverage any federal grant dollars for mitigation efforts if those should be available.
Do you have all that, Ms. Manriquez? All right. All right. And I will second it. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes 4-0. And before I call on Supervisor Allen, I think you had said, Supervisor Hines, there were 3 things you wanted to bring up, and that was your second, right?
That's right. Thank you for calling. This is last thing, and I mean, I'm a hospital physician, so public health is a thing for me. The vast majority of people who are dying in our community are dying from cancer, heart disease, complications from diabetes, obesity, all that kind of stuff. We have a health department that relies about approximately half of the health department's budget is grant funding. It is under siege and under attack. That lawsuit, there's lawsuits, multiple ongoing. And there are 3 grant-funded positions that I believe we should direct our staff as they develop the budget to include in the general fund that very likely could be taken away. And that's specifically the $485,000 for, that's one of the supplemental requests for the health department to have the office continue to have these 3 PCNs in the Office of Non-Communicable Diseases. I understand tuberculosis, hepatitis C, STIs, all this other stuff, infectious type stuff is really a lot of what our health department does, but it's so much more and should be more because our public health isn't just infection. Our public health, as I mentioned at the beginning, has a lot more to do with folks that don't know they have hypertension or don't know they have diabetes or need to be, there's a lot of things we can do from a public health perspective to help mitigate those major causes of mortality in this community. And so I would move that we direct our staff to include that supplemental going forward. And in addition to that, and we can split this up if people don't like both of these, just because we're watching the department get attacked again and again and again, so that Dr. Cullen doesn't have to keep issuing pink slips to people, because if we lose that talent, they may not come back. Right. I think we're still looking for the people to handle our nuclear materials. Right. So we need to keep these people from being in fear of their job to the best of our ability. So I would like, we develop our budget, $1 million of contingency just for the health department, because we know they're going to get attacked. So I think that would be a great thing to do as well. But I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts, and I'm happy to split those, do one and not the other, if my colleagues prefer it.
Supervisor Hines, thank you. And I wanted to direct a question to the county administrator along the lines of what you're speaking to. I believe in one of our weekly discussions, Ms. Lesher, you indicated that you had asked all department directors, including the health department director, to prioritize their supplementals. And I wonder if in response to what some of the points Supervisor Hines is raising, if what he's raising is aligned with any of the discussions you or your team have had with Dr. Cullen and their team.
Chair Scott, as you've seen where we are with the status of the recommended supplementals and not, and yes, the health department and many county departments had a variety of supplementals. Our recommendations at this point, as we're drafting the budget, do not include funding for that last $485,000 supplemental. as we have been looking at others. I'd also just note in response to the other comment that what we, as you know, we always look at what is a contingency bucket for a contingency fund for the entire budget. We have been chatting about what we may be looking to do is to develop a special contingency fund simply to offset and to mitigate against the impact of the federal cuts. That would be separate.
That would not be specific to the health department.
No, it would simply be in response to the federal cuts or state cuts, which would then allow some capacity for the board to fill any of those holes. What we've been hearing at this point is obviously a lot directed towards the health department. We've also seen it in community workforce development, and we're seeing it in Department of Environmental Quality. We just don't know where all the cuts are going to be at this time, even though there are a variety at the front. I believe that at this point, we will have at least $1 million in a fund to offset the impacts of the federal government. But at this point, we have not been, as staff, recommending it to be solely towards the health department, but to have the capacity for flexibility.
Thank you, Administrator Lesher. And Supervisor Hines.
In light of that, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm fine with dropping the $1 million dedicated to public health, because if that's going to be $1 to whatever million for any departments affected by the federal cuts, I'm fine with that. But I would like to see that $485,000 supplemental funded, because we need to augment the non-communicable diseases, because again, those are the things that are killing our people, which I guess I'm making in the form of a motion. Maybe. No? Okay.
Okay, that motion dies for lack of a second, and I'm going to state just for myself that I am waiting to hear recommendations for all supplementals as part of the recommended budget from the county administrator before we start talking about individual supplementals. I really think that the staff needs to go through that comprehensive process. And so, speaking just as one supervisor, I didn't want to weigh in on individual supplementals at this point, but would like to see what we get in the recommended budget. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, wait, and you know what? I apologize. I had told Supervisor Allen I was going to call.
Oh, yes, that is correct.
My apologies.
Of course.
Sorry, I'm losing track of things. Go ahead, Supervisor.
What was that part of?
Oh, was it related to what Supervisor Hines had brought up, or was it a new point?
It was to that point, Mr. Chairman, so I would respectfully defer to Supervisor Allen.
Very kind of you. Thank you. Go ahead, Supervisor Allen.
You know, working out some kinks.
Yeah. The budget gives us a lot of opportunities to do that.
Yeah. I was leaning into maybe second. I do think it is an enormous priority to protect our health department. Given that I think where we are at right now in terms of the attacks on our funding, which is an attack on the health, the safety, the well-being of our community and our economy. And I think public health is so critical in that. So I wanted to just kind of run through a few of the priorities, generally not ascribing dollar values to them, but just that these are things that I think we're prioritizing, think are very important in this moment. So one is the health department, and ensuring that our health department is well resourced to be able to respond to this moment in spite of the attacks and the yanking away of essential funding. Housing. We are deeply concerned about falling back into another foreclosure moment in our community, given both inflation and the likelihood of recessionary indications. Workforce development, as we see from the reports of increasing unemployment, we need to be able to help folks get their jobs, land on their feet, develop new skills, and get employed again. Similarly, around housing, also thinking about the important work we do around eviction prevention. This work and this program has been lauded across the region for protecting people, supporting people in some of the most difficult moments, and really keeping them in their homes.
our work around the transition center and invest, I think, are so important to help prevent sending people into jail and transitioning people out of jail so they land on their feet and we cut our recidivism rate. And then the last bucket is around air quality and enforcement. Air quality enforcement, pollution enforcement, as we see in executive orders that are attempting to open up lands for mining and other and opening up federal lands, just period. I think our ability to enforce the quality of our air and ensuring that polluters don't have free reign on the areas that we have worked so hard to protect is going to be really important. To that end, the transition of the creation of the Conservation and Land Resources Department, I think, is very important as we make that shift, ensuring that that department can stand fully on its own two legs as a new department and is sufficiently staffed to make sure that the Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan and the Multi-Species Habitat Plan are able to continue to infiltrate across our community and our departments and is integrated into everything that we do. And then the last piece is around the work that we have done around weatherization and home repair. As temperatures continue to rise, as unemployment rises, costs that people are borne out or costs that people are absorbing through utilities is on the rise. So whatever we can do to help increase our energy efficiency in our homes, keep people in their homes, keep their costs down, I think is incredibly important at this moment in time. So those are some of the priorities, I think, from our vantage point within the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything you wanted to say in response to any of that? All right. Thank you, Ms. Lesher. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Lesher, I look forward to an in-depth budget briefing and look forward to your recommendations in the coming weeks as well. I'm paying close attention to employee classification and compensation and will be curious to get your proposal in your budget recommendations. I'd also like to prioritize housing, as my colleagues have also mentioned here today. Neighborhood infrastructure is very important to me as well, and looking for ways to support some of our inner city neighborhoods, especially with the resources that they need. And I don't know if I mentioned open space, but I do think that that needs to continue being a priority as well. I'm not prepared today to offer any specific amounts, but those certainly will navigate where I am at moving forward. And last but not least, I'm going to be paying close attention to your recommendations on the board contingency fund as well. I believe that we can make a fiscally responsible decision to perhaps modify that amount, but we also I believe that's a perfect opportunity for us to invest in some of these cuts that are going to be coming our way as we started this discussion, right? That's what a contingency is for. And so I'm curious how all of that will be crafted in a way that allows us to provide to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on item number 22 for board members? Ms. Lesher, I had one. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss one? All right. Administrator Lesher, I did have one request. This board enacted a vacancy policy, which took effect at the beginning of this fiscal year. I would appreciate hearing in the recommended, the cover memo to the recommended budget, how the implementation of that policy in year one affected any staffing requests for any particular departments. And then if there is any, I know that this is not just a topic related to the recommended budget, but is one that we are exploring in a number of different areas, but anything related to the long-term viability of the Pima Early Education Program scholarships. I know that we have a recent memo that indicated that there are sufficient funds for the next two fiscal cycles, but anything that we can project beyond that as part of the discussion of the recommended budget would be appreciated. All right. Anything else under that? Okay, we will move then to item number 23, also under the county administrator. Pima County Climate Action Update. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott. And also under Senior Advisor, not Supervisor Davis, will walk us through the updated plan. Thank you.
Ms. Davis, you might get more intrinsic enjoyment from this presentation than your last one.
Chair Scott, members of the board, county administrator, I am thrilled to be here today to talk to you about our climate action plan for county operations and a lot of our regional partnerships and development that we've been working on over the past year and a half. I feel like I should get a new jacket and like pop in from the side, but yeah, same me, new presentation. Next slide, please. So every 2 months, we debrief the board on our climate action plan activities, our priorities, our continued development of action. In September of 2023, we set forth with our climate action executive team, which was interdisciplinary directors, which started out as 9 department directors, now has expanded to over 24 departments, covering all spectrums of the county to help us frame and set forth our climate action priorities and associated plans for mitigation, adaptation, and community resilience. So today we'll give you an update on that plan, the status update on each of the planning priorities, the climate outlook for 2025 through 2030, and then the timeline of what you can see from now up until the release of our climate action plan for county operations in September. So next slide, please. So previously, the county has produced its sustainable action plan for county operations, which the directive was to direct action around 5 critical priority areas and strategies by which we address our carbon mitigation, our water conservation, supply and demand, our critical landscapes and conservation spaces, materials and waste, and how do we bolster our workforce to be an all-encompassing, climate-informed county workforce. So you will see those priorities maintained in our climate action plan for county operations 2025 to 2030, but you'll see them within some larger bucket areas as identified in Board of Supervisors Resolution 2022-25 to expand our SAPCO effort into a climate action plan and include adaptation measures for our climate-related risks such as, but not limited to, heat, extreme weather, and wildfire. So you'll see all of those priorities folded into mitigation, adaptation, and community resilience is really going to be woven through all of it. We will continue to create comprehensive measures to reduce our impact through our carbon reduction strategies. You'll see our adaptation look very specifically in and around our drought measurements and associated water recommendations, strategies, and measurements, and our wildfire mitigation and danger planning, and coupled with that, our invasive species strategies. The community resilience component will be woven through all of these climate priorities. We have a commitment to disproportionately affected communities. How do we bolster workforce, and how do we ensure that we are meeting to the best of our abilities the public health needs of the community tied to some of our climate risks? Next slide, please. So this is a very, very busy slide, but you can really look at this in a couple of different ways, either vertically or horizontally. We know the science-based targets have told us that our carbon emissions directly affect our region's climate risk. So as identified from the Drachman Institute in our Pima Prospers climate policy document, the biggest climate risks to this region are extreme heat and extreme weather, drought, wildfire, and flooding. So we have set forth on a climate action plan that addresses all of those adaptation measures. And the reason this is a 2-year process is because each of these priorities has a regional component. We have a county operations commitment, but we are also committed to the community around us and our area partners that make this work happen so that we can best serve the community around us. And so what you see are plans starting to develop that have a regional component. And one example is our Pima Climate Action Now carbon reduction strategy, which includes multiple jurisdictions, tribal partners, nonprofit agencies, and community agencies to help us prioritize and set forth our mitigation goals. The column next to that is what you will see parsoned off to our county operations. So where are we going to make the measurements within our county operations priorities? What you've seen us do before is look at our county facilities and our wastewater treatment plant and our fleet. One thing we are adding to our climate action plan, so you'll see our carbon reduction strategy slightly shift in addition to our baseline, is we are going to start integrating data around commuter emissions and informing our broader transportation planning effort. You saw last summer and starting in 2023 and the amazing work that the health department led under the state's direction to have it be public health centered but regionally facing, especially with our jurisdictional partners, is our heat adaptation plan. And one thing that the health department released last year was their 3-year heat plan. And the county portion of it really is to convene the stakeholders together, create a comprehensive cooling center network, and do our core public health work in epidemiological surveillance, work with our medical examiner, understand where we have disproportionately affected community members, such as our housing vulnerable, and create comprehensive heat strategies that best meet those public health needs. For drought and flooding, we have our water working group led by our regional flood control district, representative of 11 county departments that are working together, but with a regional facing component where we look at water supply, demand, high utilizers, and opportunities for alternate water use or innovative comprehensive land use planning. And what you'll see coming forth in May 6th, what you have already seen is our strategy for invasive species, but our wildfire danger and mitigation plan, which has outreach components, fuel reduction components, and critical emergency response infrastructure. And you will hear about that on May 6th. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, Ms. Davis, can I ask before we go off of that slide, on the old SAPCO plan, there was a measure that spoke to the county's intent to convert, when possible, some of its gas-powered vehicles to electric vehicles. I don't know if that was something that was mentioned in that part of the presentation or if that is still part of the CAPCO plan.
Chair Scott, members of the board, fleet is represented in our carbon emissions, and our fleet strategies and our conversion path forward will continue to exist within that chapter. And so we've converted a substantial amount of our vehicles to electric vehicles. With some of the rebates available and the ability to do so, we are also looking at hybrid, and we're also looking at bigger swaths of county fleet capacity to transition. But we've done a really monumental job in our SAPCO effort, 2018 through 2024, but it will still exist, and we will set forth our measurements and goals to continue to convert where we can.
And can the board also get information not only on vehicles where it is likely desirable for us to move towards conversion, but also I think we need to know the flip side, vehicles where their duties just don't make it plausible to go in that direction.
Chair Scott, members of the board, absolutely.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. So climate resilience will be folded into all of these. So our landscapes, our conservation land planning, our multi-use planning, and our green infrastructure, you'll probably see a lot of that throughout all of the climate action plan, but we will bring special attention to it as we continue to grow that footprint. Materials and waste, we've measured it in our sustainable action plan for county operations. We'll continue to do that. And I really want to highlight the climate responses that have been developed over the past few years, and you'll start to see this come to fruition as we gather our measurements, is the multi-sector and shared priority approach. So we are looking at things that tie to workforce, for example, and I want to call out workforce specifically because we have been really working towards not just working with our community workforce development program to look at workforce training opportunities in green sectors, but also our green stewards that we have grown across the county. There, we've done monthly events with our green stewards in and around all of the county's climate action priorities to help continue engagement and participation in our climate action plan. Those you can see in eScoop, and we get special guest speakers all the time to talk about our climate priorities. So we'll keep the board engaged as we do more of that public-facing work to bolster our own county workforce. But again, we do put everything with the lens of our disproportionately affected communities. We're working with our CWD partners also to look at energy efficiency and our low-income energy LIHEAP group of funding and how we get those resources out to households, especially during heat season. How do we bolster our heat season response and our air quality leads with our DEQ department. Next slide, please.
I'm sorry. Before we move off of that slide, looking at the climate responses bar, and consistent with one of the cross-policy strategies in the Prosperity Initiative, if the board could get some information on particular communities or geographic areas where we're focused on dealing with climate resilience and the effects of climate change, I think that would demonstrate not only how this policy is affecting those impacted communities, but also how we're taking into account the Prosperity Initiative.
Chair Scott, members of the board, absolutely.
Thank you.
Next slide, please.
And I apologize, I'm interrupting from time to time to ask questions. If any of my colleagues want to, feel free.
No, it's actually great that Chair Scott, it's great that you said that, because one strategy tied to the Prosperity Initiative that we are looking at in conjunction with our CWD partners is the housing inventory. And so how do we look at the housing inventory through the lens of older houses that need that weatherization and repair to bring them up to a standard so that they're not at risk during heat season, but also people can stay in their homes. And so looking at that in terms of cross-policy opportunities with the Prosperity Initiative and our Climate Action Plan, we're also doing this across our infrastructure plan and our own county facilities and looking at the energy use and what makes good return on investment cost savings to the county to reduce our energy use. So all of that will be also represented in our data measurements, which I will be back in June to tell you all about. So without further ado, I'm going to bring this slide back to the board. I was here in October for my first presentation, and we were in a stretch of 14 days of 100+ degree weather. And we couldn't close our SAPCO because we were still doing the climate outlook and couldn't close out our 100-degree day count. That finally closed at 112 days. 2024 was the hottest year on record. And every year we continue to say that. So data, and this data has been validated by our National Weather Service. Over the 2019 through 2024 years, we saw an average compared to 1901 to 2000 of an extra 35 days of 100+ degree weather. That represents a 75% increase. That also is the equivalent of one extra month of summer. As you can see, April and October are becoming hot months. In addition, between 2019 and 2024 alone, every year we had an extra week of 100-degree days. So I say this because Heat Awareness Week is coming in May, and so the board will see that, and we'll do a lot of public health communications on that. But it's really important to bring it to light now because October through December is the fastest warming quadrant of the year. We see that in the national data. It was the driest winter we've had to date. So we've seen a lot of heat risk and wildfire risk over the past few days, over the past week. And April and October are when we're recreating. So we're going to do some additional public health communications in and around heat preparedness, especially as we see these 50-degree shifts between morning and midday for safety if folks are outside on a bike, out hiking, and we'll be prepared to set forth our entire regional heat action network in May for heat awareness. So next slide, please. So just a quick timeline, April through June, we're finalizing our work plans. So the board will see those in form of memo as they get finalized. They have a regional component. We'll be pulling out the county operations component. May is Heat Awareness Week in addition to wildfire awareness, and heat and wildfire season will have response efforts going on concurrently to all of this. June and July, we will be setting forth with the county-specific measurements. We've been approached by the University of Arizona to help us review our county climate action plan and evaluate it with our climate researchers. In August, we will finalize the report and solicit it to the board for their input, and also we hope to gather some public input. Our DEQ department is doing their public input sessions right now, which will also inform our climate action plan with a kickoff in September of 2025. Any questions?
Any questions from board members? Supervisor Cano.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Davis. I also look forward to a briefing to learn more about your work. I am particularly curious about the heat mitigation strategy and really just want to hear about some of the initial planning that's already taking place as we get closer and closer to those triple-digit temperatures. That outreach is, of course, critical, and I'm specifically curious about our cooling centers in the region. I know that there's strong cross-jurisdictional commitment to that. And all of these can be discussed at a later time. They don't have to be today, but I wrote my notes. As part of the climate plan, I'm also very curious how the county is going to be playing a leading role in advanced water purification, working with our wastewater team and seeing how, as the state rolls out its program to conserve our water supply, how we, as a regional entity that treats water, is participating in those discussions. And my colleague from District 3 earlier mentioned weatherization and repairs, as did you, Ms. Davis. And so I'm very curious how, I would hope that what the county is doing in these critical early weeks as we get closer and closer to the summer is doing that outreach now with our community partners so that we can have a statement of need, right, and do that work proactively rather than reactively. And we can follow up at another conversation, Ms. Lesher, however you suggest that happens. But those were my inputs, and thank you for your incredible work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano, very much. Supervisor Allen.
So thank you so much for the update, but also the work that has been going into creating such a robust plan, along with the community meetings that are happening. We're trying to get to a few of them and get some input and hear the input from folks within our district. There's a few things that kind of jump out to me that I just want to highlight and make sure are kind of lifted up as we move along the planning process. So one, and I think in many ways I'm echoing perhaps what Supervisor Scott had said is the centering of our people. Right. So the ways in which we are supporting our workers who are facing the impacts of increased heat on the job, the ways in which we are supporting the cooling centers and places where people can go in this extreme heat, but also particularly out in some of our rural areas, there is grid instability. So the power goes out during these summer months. People need somewhere to go where that's hospitable. Thinking about home repair and weatherization, also the utility assistance, and then also just the challenge of mobile home parks. Right. Over a quarter, close to a third of residents of District 3 live in mobile home parks, which presents a really unique challenge. And then layer on top of that the challenge of being in some of them are in the urban areas, but some are mobile homes that are out in rural areas and somewhat isolated and separated from one another, but still deal with the needs for home repairs, weatherization, and utility impacts. And so how can we ensure that our plan is thoughtful enough to reach those who we don't normally hear from and are often invisible within some of our county operations or planning processes? I think those are a few of the things that I think are critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Allen. Anything else from my colleagues? All right. Ms. Davis, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we're going to be going into executive session shortly, but we had a request from our new clerk of the Superior Court to consider item number 26, and I will move that item. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Cano. Any discussion? I don't have any discussion, but I just wanted to ask if Mr. Giacomino could come forward if he had anything to say on this item. But I also wanted the board to have the opportunity to congratulate him. Clerk of Superior Court is an elected position, and our previous Clerk of the Superior Court, Gary Harrison, resigned. When a Clerk of the Superior Court resigns, the new appointee is designated by the governor, and the governor appointed Mr. Giacomino. This now bumps me down to second tallest elected official in Pima County, which takes you down to third, Supervisor Hines. Sorry about that. But Mr. Giacomino, anything that you wanted to share with the board about this item or anything else?
First, my executive team and I, Chair Scott, members of the board. My executive team's also with me. We want to offer congratulations and welcome to Supervisor Cano. Our office extends an invitation to you anytime you and your staff would like to come and review our operations and just get kind of a tour of what we do. So we look forward to setting that up with you. This item is always a hot topic. It's not always clear, but it is not general fund related. So it's a special revenue fund that we are asking for expenditure pursuant to Arizona revised statutes. We, as your agenda material corresponds, we did coordinate with the Superior Court judge, and now we are coming to you for approval of that item. We're in need of an additional scanner for our scanning operations for old and new documents. There's kind of a bottleneck right now, so if we can expand that, we'll be able to serve the public a little better in that role. So I appreciate the time, and if anybody has questions, I'll be happy to ask.
Any questions for our clerk? All right, all those in favor of approving item number 26 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. Thank you and congratulations again.
Thank you again. Thanks for the accommodation as well.
You bet. All right. It is 11:56. I don't know if there's anything with regard to a presentation that we can work in 4 minutes. So I will go ahead and move that we go into executive session. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we will be back at the sound of the gavel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started. Apologize for the length of executive session, especially to our friends who are now questioning my predictive skills. But hope that meant that you got to have a nice lunch. No? You're smiling about it, though. Maybe ruefully.
Yeah.
So let's talk about addendum item number 3 that was discussed in executive session. I'd like to move that we proceed as discussed in executive session. Second. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Item carries 3-0. Addendum item number 4. This was a discussion and consultation item. Does not require any action by the board. And then on addendum 2, item number 1, this item was informational only. Would like to proceed before we go to your presentation, which I swear will be next. Would like to proceed to item number 47 because we have a guest in the audience, and given that I was either an assistant principal or a principal for 19 years before I ran for the board, I know what your day is like, Ms. Miller. This is Ms. Miller, the principal at Walden Grove High School. So we're going to go to item number 47, which is a fireworks permit for Walden Grove. I'm gathering in conjunction with your commencement ceremony. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Chairman Scott, Vice Chairwoman Allen, and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Kristen Miller, and I am the principal of Walden Grove High School. I am here to respectfully request your approval for a fireworks display at our upcoming graduation ceremony, which will take place on Thursday, May 22nd, 2025. This will be our 12th graduating class, and except for 2020, every class before has celebrated this milestone with a brief fireworks show. It's become a beloved tradition, one our students, families, and staff truly look forward to. The fireworks will be launched from our practice field, the same location we've safely used for previous show. The display will last less than 3 minutes, and the same professional pyrotechnics company that we've partnered with since 2014, Fireworks Productions of Arizona, will be providing and managing the show. Even with the region's typical dryness, we've had no issues with fire or safety concern in those years. To ensure all proper steps are taken, the Santa Rita Fire Department has been contacted and has received the required permit information. Additionally, there are no homes within 1,000 feet of the display area requiring notification. This year's senior class has gone above and beyond. Not only did they vote in favor of having the fireworks show, but they also took the initiative to raise the funds and pay for the display themselves. They've shown leadership, unity, and pride in their school. I'd like to share a brief statement from our senior class president. Our senior class has worked incredibly hard over the past 4 years, overcoming challenges, adapting to change, and growing into the individuals we are today. Graduation is not just a ceremony, it's a celebration of perseverance, unity, and achievement. Fireworks would be the perfect way to mark this milestone, adding a sense of excitement and making the event unforgettable. They symbolize the bright futures ahead of us and would give our class the send-off we've hoped for. As their principal, I've watched this class grow, lead, and support one another through both triumphs and trials. They deserve to close this chapter in a way that's safe, celebratory, and memorable, just like the classes who came before them. On behalf of our students, staff, and families, I respectfully ask for your support in allowing us to continue this proud tradition and give the class of 2025 the send-off that they've worked so hard for. Thank you for your time, consideration, and continued support of Walden Grove High School.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Any of my colleagues have any questions for Principal Miller? All right. I just wanted to say while the hearing was still open that per our direction, Ms. Lesher is continuing to look into overall regulation of fireworks consistent with the direction that we gave her several meetings ago. She sent me an email yesterday that I apologize, Ms. Lesher, I've not yet read. I know, right? But she is continuing those discussions. But we've historically, as a board, approved fireworks shows in conjunction with high school commencement ceremonies. So I will move to close the public hearing and approve the fireworks permit for Walden Grove's commencement ceremony. Okay, moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion, further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Allen opposed. Thank you so much for your patience. I'm sorry we took up so much of your day.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. And Mr. DeBonis, thank you for letting us know that Ms. Miller was here. Appreciate it very much. Okay, we took care of the addendum items in conjunction with executive session. And now it is my long overdue privilege to call on Ms. Lesher to introduce our colleagues who are going to talk with us about the INVEST program.
That was not the time for a practical joke. Thank you, Chair Scott and members of the board. I'm very, very excited to introduce Paula Pereira and all the team who are from the Detainee and Crisis Services Unit to talk a little bit and share with the public information about the INVEST program. It's extraordinarily exciting and successful, and they are here to give you all the information you want about the program. Thank you.
And I neglected to say before I called on Ms. Lesher that this is item number 29 on the regular agenda.
I am so short. Good afternoon, Chair Scott, Vice Chair Allen, members of the board. My name is Paula Pereira. I'm the Director of Detainee and Crisis Systems, and we're here today to provide you with an overview and report on our program that's called INVEST. It was a randomized control trial, and it was independently evaluated by LaCroix Milligan. And I am going to turn it over to Matt Pate and Zach Stout, who were instrumental in this program. And in the audience, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Manny Mejias and Rudy. We call him the Rooster. Anyway, with that, I'll turn it over to Matt.
Thank you, Paula. Chair Scott, members of the board. My name's Matt, as Paula mentioned, and with my colleague Zach, we're going to give you a high-level overview of the INVEST Independent Final Evaluation. Next slide, please. So what is INVEST? Initially, we were a proof of concept program. Essentially, we wanted to prove that we could do better than the status quo at reentry planning out of the Pima County Jail. And specifically, what we wanted to do was to see if we could identify, engage, and address the health care needs of individuals and see if that would have an impact, a measurable impact on their well-being and subsequent involvement in the justice system. At this point, it's important to note that INVEST is a treatment reform program, not a justice reform program. What I mean there is that we work with those who are justice involved, but we don't ask any of our justice partner entities to really alter their operations. Instead, we are looking to augment how individuals access care and take ownership of their own recovery. One thing that we do is we operate with a fundamental assumption that the treatment system as currently constructed does not necessarily work for this population. We like to say that we cannot refer our way out of this. And so we've had to come up with some novel ways to administer some reentry programming combining three factors. The first being forensic peer support, which is the use of people with lived experience who have gone through our jail or others, prison, and the treatment system to act as mentors and navigators of a complex system of resources to increase the likelihood that individuals will be able to exit successfully. We also use the freedom management curriculum, which was developed by our colleague Manny Mejias. This is a cognitive behavioral reconstruction curriculum where we help people to better understand why they feel the way they feel, why they think the way they think, and why they do what they do. And we work with people through this curriculum in a guided way towards more pro-social behavior. And we tell people pretty bluntly, it is on them to manage their freedom. And if they do not, the county, the state, or the feds will do it for them. And many of our people have been to prison, so they know what that means. We also operate utilizing a critical time intervention. This is an evidence-based model to change behavior, and it really operates off of capitalizing on sentinel events, and in this case, a jail booking. It is an experience that we know heightens somebody's readiness for change, and so we work with individuals while they're in custody and 6 to 9 months after they're released in the community. INVEST is also a research program. As Paula mentioned, we have designed a community reentry study that randomly assigns study participants to either a control or treatment condition. That's the presentation we're giving you today. But based on the initial success of INVEST, we've already begun our second randomized control trial, which we began in July of 2024. Next slide, please. So importantly, why did we need to create INVEST? Well, the first real reason is that jail in reach is insufficient to meet the demands of the in-custody population. And I'll give you an example. In March of 2025, 1,055 individuals were booked into the county jail for more than 24 hours. 67% of those individuals are on Medicaid, have an Access Health Plan, and are associated with some sort of community health. As a requirement, those people should be seen and have a reentry plan built for them, and I'd be surprised if 20% of those individuals are met by community entities and have a reentry plan made. Coordination around meaningful jail discharges into treatment is complex. We've certainly figured that out with INVEST through forensic peer support, but using that same example, those 1,055 individuals at the jail have 14 different insurance designations. And so as we all know how community healthcare works, that means 14 different potential paths into treatment, which is pretty complicated on top of their complex health needs. The community treatment system is not designed to treat complex traumatic stress disorders. Most of the individuals we work with have experienced trauma throughout life, but especially early in life. And we work with our individuals to better understand that we can explain some behavior through trauma, but we cannot excuse it. And so through the freedom management curriculum, again, we are trying to get people to have a greater ownership of their own recovery and treatment. Good help is hard to find. What I mean here is we rely, not just INVEST, but in the community behavioral health system on the use of peers. Again, those with lived experience who have found a way towards recovery. And I can tell you that we really haven't figured out how to properly compensate those individuals for that experience. Again, we're paying them for that experience and mentorship, but they often are paid entry-level wages. We figured this out with INVEST to an extent, and I can tell you anybody coming to work for us from the community system sees a significant pay bump coming to the county, which should speak to some of how that system pays its employees. Because the other side is recruiting, we cannot understate this point. We are dealing with an unprecedented drug use epidemic. More people have died in the last 25 years from overdose than in all American wars combined. We can't minimize this fact. And so what we see is that fentanyl has fundamentally upended our treatment modalities, our housing approaches. We even see it in the informal economy. It has disrupted drug dealing economics. We see collateral consequences in prostitution and human trafficking. And ultimately, we see desperation as our enemy. We know that people change when they are in states of desperation, and so we are trying to prevent people from being in those states. We have kind of dueling sayings in Invest, and one is that Invest can be a driver of creativity. We certainly see people come up with unique solutions, but that's certainly not always the case. With that, I'll pass it over to my colleague.
Thank you, Matt. Chair Scott, members of the board, Administrator Lesher, thank you for having us today. And as Matt was saying, desperation is the enemy. So he has a saying, desperation is the driver of creativity. Our colleague Manny Mejias counters that with desperation is the rival of morality. And as somebody who's lived that life, experienced time in prison, I can absolutely concur with that sentiment. Next slide, please. So overview, what is Invest? It's a study, as Matt was alluding to earlier. The goals of Invest are identify and engage individuals that are jailed that have a co-occurring mental illness and substance use disorder, as well as moderate to maximum criminogenic risk. The goal obviously was to reduce recidivism, one of the primary goals. We set a target of 20%. We actually achieved that target, and we exceeded that target by about 55%. We also are wanting to increase adherence to treatment in the community and then self-sustainability. So we're talking housing, income, employment, education, etc. Next slide, please. Results. So the chart is very small, I apologize, and there's a lot of data within the study. We have a final evaluation report that I encourage everyone to read and review. I will just be going over some high-level results. So treatment versus the control. Treatment is obviously the Invest program. What we found is that it works. Invest participants spent more time in the community, they spent less time in jail, and they were rebooked less as well. Next slide, please. The key insights, however, are when we examine the within group comparison. So successful Invest participants versus unsuccessful Invest participants. One stat that's not on this slide that is was huge for the program is we found that 83% of successful Invest participants attended at least 20 freedom management classes or more. We take that as a proxy for engagement, but we also take that as the curriculum works. And so successful Invest participants, they experience 20 fewer days in jail, 2 fewer rebookings, and greater stability in the community. Next slide, please. Potential savings. So this is more of a kind of a door to open up that we could pursue in the future. I highly recommend doing a cost study. Matt will talk about that later. But the potential savings for Invest, we have a saying that successful Invest participants are expensive to us. Unsuccessful participants are expensive to the community. So just to elaborate on that, a successful Invest participant costs us about $8,000 to $10,000. Compare the 6 months that they spend with us to a 6-month period in the Pima County Jail, where it's $495 for a booking fee and then $125 per jail day. So we're looking at $22,000 to $23,000 in jail costs alone. That has nothing to do and does not account for court costs, patrol costs, treatment, etc. Next slide, please. Finally, beyond Invest. So we don't want to just focus on our own participants. We've had many requests to join Invest, and we have kind of pledged to ourselves and our team that we will do what we can to elevate others within the community who need help as well, whether that's through referrals, in custody engagement, or freedom management. What you see on this slide is the number of freedom management classes and attendance that we have had since 2020. Now you can see that there's around 360 from November of 2020 to September 2024. All of a sudden, though, they start to increase, not only in frequency, but in attendance. The reason why is because the facilities where we were conducting these courses at were recommending and requesting us to do more classes. They were wanting more freedom management, not only residential treatment facilities, but the jail as well. It was reported to us that detainees taking those classes actually had better behavior and were more ready for release, at least anecdotally. But so if you look from October to March, just in that 6-month period, we essentially ran 156 classes, so almost half of that 4-year period that we did. And classes are in high demand. We're planning on expanding to other areas as well. Next slide, please.
Okay, and in our report, there were several recommendations made that we wanted to highlight and then give you some insight into where we're heading with those recommendations. So the first was to highlight areas of success, notably freedom management. What I'd like to say here is that we are currently working with our third-party evaluator to develop a journal submission to academic publications. The combination of us designing a program, having results that exceeded what we had set out for, and doing it under the most rigorous evaluation framework are really important to get out there. This is an area where there's not a lot of research, and so the ability for us to show innovation here, especially doing this in a very unique way, is something we're very excited about. And this publication we expect to happen towards the end of this year. We were asked to consider expansion of freedom management within the jail and the community. As Zach highlighted, we've already done that. We are currently doing 10 of these classes a week between the jail, community treatment centers, and the Abrams Public Health Building. The third was areas with non-significant findings are opportunities for refinement of the program. As Zach mentioned, we are a very data-rich program. We had a lot of other areas with potential findings, and within our second randomized control trial, we are certainly drilling down into those more, and so there will be more to come on that. Next slide, please.
Can you go back to the previous slide for a second?
Sure.
Where it says consider expansion of FM within jail and community, and then also going to the cover memo from Ms. Lesher to your report. Given the program's measurable success, the independent evaluation recommends scaling the INVEST program to reach more individuals within the Pima County Adult Detention Center and expand services post-release. Do you have any sense yet of how wide you want that expansion to be, or is that something that is still being discussed with administration with regard to your budget for the coming fiscal year?
Yeah, it's a great question, Chair Scott, members of the board. So when we've done eligibility screening for this program, right, we're looking at mental health, substance use status, and criminogenic risk. We've done these eligibility screenings for 5 years now. We can tell you with relative confidence about half of the jail has co-occurring conditions, so a mental health and substance use diagnosis presence. About half of those individuals also meet that moderate to maximum criminogenic criteria. So about a quarter of the jail at any point in time would be within our target population. And so what I would like to say, though, about scaling or expansion is I would think of it more as an evolution. This work is really challenging. And so what I'll say there is it's not as expensive as we thought it would be. It's time consuming to build those relationships with individual, but it's also emotionally taxing. And I want to kind of make that point here is that we all do time. Some of us are just being paid for it. These are incredibly traumatic environments, and I can tell you that corrections officers are often forgotten first responders. They have some of the highest suicide rates of anyone in law enforcement. Healthcare professionals in corrections have some of the highest suicide rates within the healthcare profession. And so these environments are, again, traumatic to everybody. And so as we look to scale our operation, which we have begun with INVEST, the second randomized control trial essentially allowed us to double our staffing capacity. And what that has allowed us to do is our first study targeted 300 individuals. We're now targeting 8 for the study. Now, this freedom management curriculum and offerings are bigger than INVEST, and we can offer those classes to more people than are just in INVEST. And I can tell you, since January, we've been seeing between 400 and 500 people a month at the jail to do these classes. And so we're really trying to do this in a way that is sustainable. I can tell you that this certainly wears on staff. And personal point of disclosure, I've had people very close to me say, I miss the person you were before you started doing this work. Not all the changes are positive, but it's certainly worthwhile work, and we endeavor to continue in it. So I think we just have to be smart when we scale this. It's not like we can just pick somebody up off the street and do it. It's really intentional work.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Back to recommendations. So the one of the recommendations was to monitor the sustainability of the positive changes over a longer period of time, including recidivism rates and community reintegration metrics. So this is a really important point. We were asked initially to do a 6-month recidivism look. The current randomized control trial, they want us to look at 30 days, which, I mean, there's really no standardization here. But what I would encourage us to do is look beyond recidivism. Recidivism is an indicator, typically, that something's not working, right? They're coming back to the jail for whatever reason. And so what we've found is that, and you'll see this in the report, we try to measure days in community as probably a more important indicator than recidivism. The challenge is it's really easy to measure when things are going wrong, right? People are in jail. When people are doing well, they're out in the community, they're working, they're paying their bills, they're managing their recovery. We don't get to see that often, and it's a lot harder to capture. And so we need to start thinking about better ways of how do we show the positive improvements that we want to see and measure those. And so we're thinking about that in INVEST, and certainly would welcome any feedback if you guys have any of those indicators in mind. Another recommendation was to employ strategies to engage more study participants on follow-up, especially in the control group. I can say in this new study, we were able to hire more jail-based release planners, and one of their job areas is to get some of that feedback and try to understand why people are coming back. We've recently funded a reentry manager position within our department to, again, start figuring out more, like when we work with individuals, set up community reentry plans, and they come back to jail, we should be having a conversation. What worked? What didn't work? How can we do better here? And so that's another area that we're intentionally moving forward with. Consider conducting a cost-benefit analysis to assess the economic impact of the program. As Zach mentioned, we see potential cost savings just looking at a jail cost savings metric, but a further and more comprehensive analysis would certainly be valuable. We would welcome something akin to a revisit of the Rose Report. For those of you who are not familiar, this board asked for a comprehensive overview of the criminal justice system 25 years ago. 22 recommendations were made, and some of those recommendations are kind of they're the reason why our department is here. That report led to the development of the office that would become our department. However, when you look at some of those recommendations, those items are still very much issues today that we struggle with. And so there may be value in revisiting how we have done on those 22 recommendations. And I'm certain that there are more that will come up in the 25 years since that report was authored. Our last recommendation was to continue gather participant narrative to provide context for the quantitative outcomes and inform program adjustments. We are really big at getting our participant voices included in this. We have kind of 4 distinct timeframes that we try to elicit that information. So for non-invest participants, when they're doing those classes in the jail, the community, or in a community residential setting, we're getting follow-up surveys for them, trying to figure out some of that impact. Invest participants, we get their narrative information at exit. We also, with our third-party evaluator, they do a 6-month follow-up after they're out of the program to see kind of how those things have stuck. And then lastly, we do focus groups with our participants as well to try to, again, elicit feedback on how we can kind of get better. And so with that, that concludes our presentation, but we're sure happy to hang around for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from board members? I would really appreciate getting an update on whatever scaling up happens in the adult detention center. That would be of great interest to the board. Not connected with your program, but seeing a way of maybe some cross-pollination. I wonder if there wouldn't be value, Ms. Lesher, if we could have Ms. Darland talk with Ms. Pereira and her team about the freedom management curriculum, and if there's any possibility of seeing how some of the components of that curriculum might be able to offer some insights into following up with people who consistently refuse services and shelter in our unhoused community. Obviously, it's not a direct correlation, but I couldn't stop thinking about it when you were making your presentation. And the fact that it honors lived experience, the freedom management curriculum, and that it confronts desperation, which I think is obviously something that people in the unhoused community are dealing with. I wonder if there's not some opportunity for these 2 offices to have some dialogue.
Yeah, we're certainly willing to work with Ms. Darland. We communicate regularly on issues of homelessness, but we certainly, to your point, I mean, we have a saying in Invest, and I mean, you know, you can take
you have more than a few sayings.
Yeah, we have a lot of sayings. We are a conversational and relational bunch. You know, you get a bunch of social workers together, that happens, and we know, like old adage, right? You could take the horse to water, you can't force it to drink. What we say with our facilitators and our staff, it's our job to make them thirsty. It's our job to really get them to buy into that new and different life. And again, that only happens at that individual level when you know them, when they know you, and there's trust established. And so I certainly see your point. And I come from the homeless services world, and that certainly informs our work.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for waiting as well. And on the subject of waiting, if I had been linear and sequential, which you could argue I should have been, I would have gone to item number 28 before item number 29. And I caught what I did when you bumped Mr. Sullivan and his team out of their seats. So we will now go to item number 28. Pardon me? I'm doing presentations just because I know people have had to wait for a while. But thank you, Supervisor. Yeah, I know we skipped over 27, but I'm conscious of the fact that we've got folks here who are sitting and waiting, and that's something for me to keep in mind with future board meetings. Yes, ma'am. Right. Okay, we'll ask Mr. Sullivan that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Administrator Lesher, any introductory remarks, or should we just call on Mr. Sullivan? Okay. And Mr. Sullivan, we know that you have a consultant, Martina Keel, Is that how you pronounce it?
Chair Scott, Clell, excuse me. So close, Kuhl. So we both,
Okay.
yeah.
And is she going to be integrated into your presentation?
She's going to be giving the presentation this
Okay.
this
All
afternoon.
right. Please proceed, sir.
Well, with that, for the HUD annual action plan, obviously it's a 5-year plan. We've visited with all of your offices or your staff to talk about the plan, except for our newest board member, which we'd be happy to follow up with. But we wanted to have the expert really in our state come and give us a rundown of this year's, the next 5-year annual action plan. So with that, I'd love to turn it over to Martina Kuhl.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, board members, Administrator Lesher. Today's presentation will provide a brief overview of the HUD 5-year consolidated plan and the program year 2025 annual action plan process, goals, and planned uses of funds. So the 5-year consolidated plan is the framework for approximately $13 million of community development block grant funds and $1.2 million of emergency solutions grant funds that are expected to be received by Pima County over the next 5 years. The consolidated plan is prepared through a home program consortium formed with the City of Tucson. The City of Tucson is the lead agency for the plan and shares approximately $4.2 million, or about a third of the home allocation with Pima County. Next slide, please. What's important to understand is the 5-year consolidated plan is implemented through the annual action plans, which must address a priority that is identified in the 5-year plan. Next slide, please. So in establishing the 5-year priorities, Pima County and the City of Tucson jointly held 5 forums, a public meeting, and independently conducted surveys. Each of the jurisdictions conducted separate annual funding outreach, with 85 participants attending the 11 technical assistance meetings held by Pima County staff. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes HUD housing data that's provided for the 5-year consolidated plan, and I'd like to highlight that there are approximately 16,500 households outside of the City of Tucson who are paying more than 50% of their household income for housing costs. So they are considered severely cost burdened. They are most at risk of homelessness if they are renters, foreclosure, or improper maintenance if they are owners. Next slide, please. So there were 5 priorities established for Pima County Consolidated Plan funding over the next 5 years. These priorities include community facilities and improvements such as infrastructure improvements, public services, decent affordable housing, homelessness, and program administration. In addition to establishing the priorities, the county identified 8 community development target areas. These community development target areas are areas where at least 51% of households are low and moderate income. So these areas automatically qualify for CDBG funding when the activity has a benefit for the entire area. Next slide, please. So the goals for CDBG funds over the next 5 years include public facilities and infrastructure to benefit 40,000 people. Included within that is the demolition of buildings in order to make projects work, public services to benefit 100,000 Pima County residents, and housing rehabilitation to benefit 1,000 homeowners, and that's including emergency septic repairs. Next slide, please. So the 5-year goals for ESG funds include homeless services, basically all of the activities that are eligible under the Emergency Solutions Grant, homeless services, support for emergency shelters, homelessness prevention, and rapid rehousing or monthly rental assistance to benefit 40 households. And then the home funds, which come jointly with the City of Tucson, Pima County focuses its home funds on homeownership opportunities and hopes to assist 59 new homeownership units, the development of those, and another 61 households with home purchase assistance. Next slide, please. So the first year annual action plan is part of the 5-year consolidated plan submission to HUD. In future years, you'll see it as a standalone document and a standalone discussion. The annual action plan focuses on funding to activities and then program-specific regulatory requirements and other actions that are required to be discussed in the consolidated plan regulation. Next slide, please. So you can see here the planned uses of program year 2025 resources shown in the chart. The funding allocations shown here assume level funding from program year 2024. We will have to adjust specific activity funding proportionately when the annual allocations are actually known. I'm hearing we're expecting actual allocations will be announced early to mid-May. So we will see these adjusted upward or downward proportionately. The projects and programs will take place in 6 of the community development target areas, including Ajo, Arivaca Junction, the City of South Tucson, Flowing Wells, and Picture Rocks. Next slide, please. So after the allocations are announced, the documents will be finalized to incorporate public comments. There were none received at the public meeting, nor were there any received in writing during the public comment period. We will also make adjustments that may be required due to regulatory changes, which there have been some since the draft was released. At that time, after the documents are revised to reflect the allocations and the regulatory changes, the plans will be submitted to HUD, and we will expect program and grant agreements sometime in fall. HUD does have a 45-day review period once they receive it, so we still may make additional revisions after that time. So I would welcome any questions or comments.
Any questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Allen.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation and the work that went into this. I guess I'm wondering whether there is, are you concerned about loss of this funding?
Chair Scott.
Well, I think we share your concerns. If I may, there's a lot of speculation about, as there is with all federal funding, about what will happen with the HUD funding. So I think we're all anxiously awaiting answers.
Yeah. And then also I think there were 6 communities that are, I forget the acronym for it, but there were 6 kind of priority communities. Maybe 7. There were a handful. What were the criteria, again, for the selection of those communities?
A community development target area has at least 51% of the population at low and moderate income. So they have an income less than 80% of the area median income. And this is a CDBG requirement for conducting activities that have a benefit to an area, is that you have that at least 51% low and moderate income. If you don't have that, then you have to go do a special survey, which is both expensive and time consuming.
Okay. And then my last question is just about if it is possible to kind of frame this in the context of the Prosperity Initiative and how the work, the priorities, the activities, the target populations are aligned in helping to achieve some of the 13 policy areas within the Prosperity Initiative itself.
Just want to make sure we didn't overlap. Chair Scott, Supervisor Allen, as we were going through this and with our partners at the city, the Prosperity Initiative and every aspect of it was a overarching theme that we considered throughout every aspect of it, and how it goes down to the granular part of selecting projects as well. And moving forward, it'll be a part of the selection process of how we bring recommendations to the board moving forward. So this is just the beginning of the Prosperity Initiative and our annual action plan and our 5-year plan being joined together, and it's just going to continue to become as one. The Prosperity Initiative is the overarching goal and guiding document and policy for pretty much everything that we do in CWD.
Thank you, and thank you for this important work.
Thank you, Supervisor Allen. Supervisor Hines?
Yeah, actually the last presentation and this presentation really underscored the need for affordable housing, which is an item I'm bringing forward a little bit later. The numbers of dollars, if they show up, which I hope they do, but if you look at the Eco Northwest study, over 10 years, we need 36,000 plus more affordable housing units, and that was 1 year. Those numbers were 1 year, the 2.5 million, the 200 whatever thousand. Like, even move the decimal point one over and say it was like for 10 years. That's still just barely a drop in the bucket of what our needs, what our identified needs are after we commission that study. So I just wanted to point that out before we get to my item later on.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions or comments from board members? If not, I will move to approve resolution number 2025-7 of the Board of Supervisors to approve submission of the City of Tucson and Pima County Consortium HUD Consolidated Plan and the Pima County Annual Action Plan to the Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, Ms. Kuehl, for your patience. I know we took up a sizable portion of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Continuing to help out our folks who are here to do presentations and have been here for much of the day. I'm going to go to item number 30, which is the monthly financial update. Ms. Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Scott, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Cuaron, our Finance Director and team.
Thank you. Mr. Caro.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Welcome, Mr. Cano. I have a very brief presentation, as I do monthly, on the financial forecast through February. Wait for my slides to get up there. You can change the slide. Will you go to the next slide, please? So on this first page here, I have very good news to report. Once again, we have seen our revenues, our budget, excuse me. Sorry. Just wait.
Yeah, Mr. Cuaron, yeah.
We have seen our revenue variance increase to 11.5 million. This is over 2.5 million, an increase of 2.5 million from our period 7 forecast, largely due to another increase in our state shared sales tax collections, coupled with $1 million in increase in our pooled interest. This was not really expected, as I think our initial forecast for pooled interest, our interest rate was expected to decline. We've not seen that, as the feds have held the Fed funds rate stable, which has led to this increase in pooled interest. On the expenditure side, we have also seen a positive trend in our expenditures, up to 4.8 million, as outlined on the slide there. Our departments are continue to do a good job of holding the line. As I mentioned in my update from last month. We do have 2 departments that continue to be over budget by at least 500,000. That's PDS. They continue to hold steady at the 2.6, so that hasn't gone one way or the other. And then the sheriff's, which is at 3.9 million, due to overtime and increased costs of inflation in fuel, as well as, let me check my notes here. Utilities and fuel. The good news is the Sheriff's Department projection is $939,000 less than it was last year, so positive trend in what the Sheriff's Office is doing to bring that back into alignment with their budget from the period 7 forecast to the period 8 forecast.
Can I ask a question at this point? It might be following up slightly on some points that Supervisor Hines made when we were discussing an earlier item. In a discussion that I had with the sheriff after one of the earlier monthly financial forecasts, he felt that there was more detail that he could share with the board about the overall financial picture of the department, including where he has ended up historically since being elected and where he expects to end up this year. He also made some specific references to how he defines initial appearance pay as opposed to how it is defined as he understands it in these reports. I'm wondering, either Mr. Quaron or Ms. Lesher, if we're anticipating getting any more detailed report from the sheriff along the lines of what he described to me.
And Mr. Chairman, I think what we've been seeing is each month the amount to which the sheriff is in the red decreasing. He usually does a pretty good job of getting that line to decrease till we get to the end of the year. I think the difference about initial appearance is really the conversation about overtime. And as I mentioned, we have been taking a look at at overtime and didn't want to do it as just at one point in time. We're looking for some trends. Right. So I hope to get that back to the board soon.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher.
Thank you.
Mr. Quaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next slide, please. So the good trends that we've seen with the revenues and expenditures all lead to fund balance. So what you see here is the excess reserve of 14.4. That's a $4.2 million increase, which is a good thing as we move into our FY26 budget, and it helps to reduce that initial deficit that we presented back. I think it was in January. You have the affordable housing commitment contingency of 1.4, and then the general fund contingency of 1.8. I will make sure that we note there that is a difference of the 4.1, or between the 4.1 and the 2.2 that the board authorized for use of contingency at the last meeting, which leads to an available fund balance of $11.2 million. That's a really positive sign, and we will, finance uses this as we as we build the recommended budget. These numbers get baked into that number, to that budget, and help offset the initial deficit. So this is a very important period for us, and we're pleased to report these numbers today. Next slide, please. I'm not sure if you've had an opportunity to see it, but yesterday there was a memo that came out about our quarterly economic indicators report. It's about a 15-page report that goes through a variety of economic indicators. We've noted them, at least at a high level, here on this slide. For those that may have not seen this, there are 5 stages of economic triggers that we go through based upon actual data that is coming through from the Eller College of the Eller Economic Forecast done by Dr. Hammond. As you can see on the slide here, there are a couple of indicators that I want to call your attention to. One is consumer confidence. That was specifically asked for by the board at our last meeting. This is a new element in the report that we've included as a result of direct requests from the board. What consumer confidence measures is the consumer's optimism about current and our current and future state of the economy. The baseline is at 100, and the reason that this is currently a stage 0 but trending unfavorably is we've seen for the last 4 months a contraction of this number below 100. In March, it was 92.9. So anything below 100 is a waning consumer confidence number, and we've seen that contract monthly for the last 4 months. A large part of this is due to the volatility in the stock market, as well as the unknown how the tariffs are going to impact both the national economy and then the Pima County economy, as well as how it's going to impact consumers. The other item that I'll call your attention to on this slide is the federal funds rate. We have good news here on this rate. This was at a stage 4 during the last quarter. It has moved to stage 3. This was buoyed by a 0.25% rate decrease from the federal funds, from the Fed at their last meeting. They are talking about potentially doing another 1 or 2 cuts this year. We're going to take a wait and see approach as we talk about that and monitor that federal funds rate moving forward. That obviously has an impact on consumer confidence, because if the Feds decrease rates, means lower interest rates on credit cards, lower interest rates on loans, on mortgages. So it has a far-reaching impact on not only consumer confidence, but inflation as well. So I'll pause there. There is much more greater detail in the report that was sent out yesterday, but I'll pause to answer any questions that the board may have at this point on the economic indicators or the monthly financial forecast.
Supervisor Hines.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I kind of mentioned this before. Why is this such a negative, situation we have here? You just said that things got better on the federal funds rate, which is now 3 instead of 4, but it says trending unfavorable. I don't like that. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm not trying to paint an overly rosy picture, but you just said something got better, but the thing says it's trending poorly. Or do I not understand what, in this context, stable and unfavorable? What are the other options for trending? Is it favorable, unfavorable, or stable? Or is it just stable or unfavorable? It just feels, I don't understand the nomenclature.
Chair Scott and Supervisor Hines, it is, yes, we have favorable, unfavorable, and stable. One of the things we talked about, the current stage and trending can be different in that, and that while it is still, while you would look at a 3 as still being good, but the trend is moving from a 4 to a 3, so it's continuing in an unfavorable path.
Wait, so 4 is better than 3, or 3 is better than 4? I guess I just don't understand this chart. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Hines, the current stage, as far as the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, represents actual data that has occurred over the last quarter. And so that is represented as the current stage as far as the actual economic data that we've seen.
Right.
The trending is based upon what the economists are saying is going to happen in the future. So there's no data to represent what might happen, but it's like in the case of the federal funds rate, as far as why it's trending unfavorably, it could change if the national economic policy changes. And so with the unknown of what's happening at the federal level, as far as what they're going to do with the rates, the unknown is why that's trending unfavorably. But I want to make sure that we're distinguishing between actual data where the current stage is measured versus what the economists are saying is trending out into future months.
Okay, so Mr. Chair and Mr. Cordon, so is stage 4 better or worse than stage 3?
I failed to answer that question. Stage 3 is better than stage 4. So as you look at on the chart, the stage 5, moving from stage 5 trigger to stage 1, you're getting better on the spectrum. So stage 0 is good, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4.
So I guess why wouldn't the trending for federal funds rate at least say stable? It's stably bad, but it's stable. And frankly, you just said getting better from 4 to 3. I don't know. I'll stop talking, but I don't understand that at all.
Yeah, they're not. You're good.
Any other questions or? All right, hearing none. Mr. Quaron, thank you very much. And I know we took up significant part of the day of you and your colleagues, so apologies for that.
No, I'm actually going to stay to listen to some other items, so thank you.
All right, thank you. And our final presentation is from our Health Department Director. I'm sorry, go ahead. Oh, they were? You guys are stirring stuff up down there. All right. Before I turn it over to Dr. Cullen, Ms. Lesher, any introductory comments? All right. Dr. Cullen, thank you for your patience as well. The final presentation today, I apologize for that.
No worries, Chair Scott, members of the board, Administrator Lesher. I'm going to talk about the Regional Opioid Settlement Advisory Committee. You also have a boss air that is included in your agenda. I would say that I think that this is a very pertinent presentation following on the two other presentations that you heard today. While we know that the opioid crisis continues, we also know that homelessness and behavioral health are parts of what we're seeing out there. So what I hopefully will present you is something that will leave you with some hope about some interventions that we can hopefully promulgate, evaluate, and mitigate some of the harms that we're seeing in our community. Next slide. This is we always do the land acknowledgement. We already did this, so I'm going to skip over it. So if we could, thank you very much. So we're going to do the history, our process and activities. I think the most important part of this is our recommendations and next steps. So I'm going to go a little quick so I can spend more time on that. So background, I do want to share with you, however, some very disconcerting data. You may be aware that from a federal perspective, we've been seeing a decrease in overdose deaths, and this is, I apologize, this is not on the slides. However, we did just issue an alert because our overdoses in January were the highest they had been since August of 23. That's very concerning because the numbers had been going down. In addition, we saw our heroin overdoses jump to the highest they've been in multiple years. Now, it's still a relatively small absolute number, but it's hard to know what this is reflecting. What we know is that as the border gets more difficult for drugs to come across, it's very possible that what we are seeing is people reverting to black tar. And you may be aware black tar heroin for a very long time in the city was the major drug, more than fentanyl, with heroin overdoses accompanying that. So I think that we will have a better sense of this as we go through the next 4 to 6 months. But you may recall that while many of us have said we're very pleased that we are seeing a decrease in overdose deaths, we had nothing that we could ascribe causality to. We believed some of it was having Narcan out there, some of it was our other interventions. I'm just placing the contextual discussion about what I'm going to talk about here within that context. So we continue to be worried about fentanyl, overdoses, behavioral health, and obviously the unhoused and the intersection between those three. You're aware the opioid settlement funds in Arizona were divided among the counties. Just as a reminder, 4 jurisdictions are part of our aggregated data that we have available to make a spend plan on. They include the city of South Tucson, Marana, the city of Tucson, and Pima County. And for those of you who were on the board, you may recall that we had a delay in getting to an IGA, an agreement with the city of Tucson, which we wanted that delay because we thought it was critical for us to have the blending of these funds. This has proven to be a really positive thing in my opinion, but when people ask us why, if your first fund happens in 22 and now it's 25, a lot of that was our working out how we would work together as a geographic area to address this issue. As a reminder, Oro Valley and Sahuarita both took their funds. We do track their funds, and we track just through reporting of what they have done with that. So the next slide now goes through this other history. Great, thank you so much. You'll recall that initially we had a substance misuse advisory committee that was comprised of Board of Health members, established in October 22 when the money first started coming in. That group solicited input and did a ton of the foundational work that is now informing what we're doing, from community experts, series of community forums, and a survey. That information was ensured that the voice of the community, the voice of those who had suffered because of engagement with drugs and or substance use and or other family members had a voice. In 24, this board allowed us to spend $180,000 on Narcan. I just want to call out that that was a time when we were really accelerating our distribution of Narcan. We have not come back with another request for Narcan because the Attorney General at the state has graciously given us Narcan, and we've had other venues to get the Narcan. If and when that distribution cycle changes, we will come back with a request to spend Narcan. We also spent 2 different contracts. We awarded 2 contracts. One was $100,000 to increase the capacity for the provision of care to women who were pregnant and suffering from substance use disorder. And then the second one, and you're going to see this later, is this evaluation of how do we get increased MOUD medication-assisted treatment out to the rural areas using a mobile distribution model. That's because the vast majority of MOUD that's available in the county is available, makes total sense, in the urban areas. We actually have looked at this data by looking at the prescription data monitoring base, and we know where individuals are able to access MOUD. And remember, MOUD can either be, in most cases, it's either Suboxone or methadone. Methadone is highly regulated in that individuals need to show up 6 times out of 7 times, so 6 days out of 7 days a week. And so there are outpatient treatment programs that prescribe methadone. When we're talking about what, for instance, is happening in the jails or most of the community work we're doing, we're not talking about methadone. Methadone remains an incredible opportunity and incredible medication for substance use disorder, but most of the other work that's being done is being done with Suboxone. There are long-acting medications now available that are like Suboxone. However, they are heavily require prior authorization from Access. We've been working with Access to try to modify that. Okay, so the next slide. This talks about the committee, which we call ROSAC for short. This is the new committee once the city of Tucson signed on to an agreement to blend our money together. You can see it's comprised of 6 members. The 2 members that are from Pima County, 2 from the city of Tucson, 1 from South Tucson, and 1 from the town of Marana. I want to call out these individuals that are participating first because this is a real labor of love. The incentive is to help figure out what to do. But the other thing is everyone that is participating has made this a non-parochial issue. They have said, I'm from Marana. I don't need money to go to Marana. I need money to address this issue. City of Tucson, I need money to address where this issue is happening. If it's in the rural areas, we need to make sure we're getting to the rural areas. I think this is a real tribute to the process that has happened here and the engagement that we've had. So let's go now. There's 3 slides in a row that are going to talk about how we ended up with what we're doing for this process. So next slide. So we are scoring alternatives, and I'm going to go through how this was developed and then take you to where we ended up. So remember, X amount of dollars. What do you spend them on? How do you evaluate what you've spent them on? And are you making a difference? And at the end of this slide deck, you're going to see the recommendations, which is what we're bringing to you today. But I want you to be aware that these were the criteria that were developed by the committee, informed by the survey and the community members that we discussed with. And what you'll see here is going all over, including what are jurisdictional priorities, but really, does it reflect the community? Does it make sense? Is there evidence base for it? Which is why, as a shout out to Paula and the work they're doing, it's so critical to get an academic journal to publish stuff, because at some point you really want to know that you're doing evidence-based practice. And can it be sustainable? Remember, this is 18 years of funding. It's not going to renew. And at the end of the day, we want to make sure whatever we're doing has the ability to be sustained and have long-term impact. Next slide. So let me talk to you about where we are right now. We have met 11 times, and Steve has indicated that we are accelerating what we're doing. We've put some timelines on us because we believe that at some point we just need to act. So you can see what we focused on: current misuse efforts, identifying priorities, analysis of the local opioid data points. So I also want to echo that this is a data-informed decision-making process. We are pulling in every data set that we have available. You guys, I know, are aware that we track where the overdose is happening, where the hospitalizations are happening, where the EMS calls are happening, and what medications, what substances are affecting them, as well as study guides. And this has been called out. I will give amazing credit to Brian and his team. Big City Health Coalition has said this is a model for how to do decision making about the opioid funds, because what we've done is put together study guides. At the bottom there, you see the funding opportunities in areas. We have a study guide, which is an extensive amount of information, including peer-reviewed literature, on every one of these areas. Well, you might not recall, but I'll remind you, with the opioid settlement, the One Arizona settlement, there are 12 areas that you can spend money on. This committee itself went through a long process of prioritization and came up with the areas that are at the bottom of this slide as the priorities. And if we go to the next slide, which is a process slide, you can see that this is kind of a culmination of what I've just described to you. I'm not going to go through this, but suffice it to say, those 11 meetings that we had this time were about how to prioritize what matters. Once you prioritize, what did the data show? What were the opportunities available? And then how can we make the decisions about what to recommend to you as the Board of Supervisors? Next slide. So this is kind of the critical slide. Step back a second. There was a time when we had asked for $5 million for this coming fiscal year. That has been increased to $8 million. At the current time, we have collected $24 million. The goal, if nobody else declares bankruptcy, will probably be between 80 and 90 million. Initially, we thought we would collect 100 million. Mallinckrodt has gone bankrupt. We anticipate that some of the other people that have been incriminated in this opioid settlement may also go bankrupt. But at the current time, we have $24 million. The discussion with the committee was, and to quote Dr. Sultani, who's amazing, we have a crisis. Why would we put this off? Let's spend it. So we came to Steve and asked if we could go from 5 to 8 million, with the belief that we do not want to do single year funding in most cases. What we know is we probably need 3 to 5 years funding. If we divide 24 million by 3, we get 8 million a year. So very complicated math I did to come to 8 million, but that's where we got it. At the last meeting, remember the committee has gone through all of these. These are the suggested amounts. Now, what the next plan is, and it's on the last slide, but I'm just going to discuss it right here, is that our plan is to go out with an RFP, to go out by June, so in the next 6 weeks, hopefully, put an RFP on the street that says, these are the areas. And this is a target amount, not for an individual application, but a target amount to develop contracts from primarily community-based organizations, or all CBOs, to address these different areas. So let's talk youth prevention. What does youth prevention mean? The RFP is going to be written broad. It will have, under youth prevention, it will say, well, maybe you could do schools-based thing. Maybe you can do education to prevent adverse childhood events. Maybe you can work with an organization like Boys and Girls Club. I'm making up stuff here, that wants to do an extension of work that they've done. Those applications will come in, they will be scored with the suggested goal of 1.5 million, overall a suggested goal of 800,000. I do need to be clear that PCHD staffing is 3 individuals, 3 to 4 people, and it's at about $330,000. So youth prevention, peer navigation aligns 100% with what Paula recently presented about what's happening in the jails. We know peer navigation works. We actually are using some of our overdose to action money to have peer navigators within the health department, Kodak, Hope, La Frontera, Tucson Indian Center. This is a proven interventions. What we know is there is not enough peer navigators. They are not in the hospitals. They are not in the healthcare systems. There are multiple places where there's the potential to really make a difference. Transitional wraparound support services, we hear this all the time. I may be in an intensive outpatient program, but nobody is there to help me get food, to help me get clothing, to help me ensure that I stay in the program. And that was discussed earlier today. People need to stay in programs. The data is pretty clear, probably 3 months, 6 months, sometimes 9 months. So this is designed to ensure that that could happen. Law enforcement co-response, this is happening already at the City of Tucson, their MIST program. People go out with law enforcement. So at the sharp end of the interventions, there is somebody other than law enforcement to interact with people that have substance use disorder. Mobile mat services, I talked about that. We have previously funded that. We've left it in here. However, we are waiting for their evaluation to see whether we want to continue that or not. The one thing that is critical to all of these is to have within a contract that after a year, if there is no positive impact based on what the evaluation schedule has been determined, there will be a redetermination of whether we continue that. Innovation is in here, and I just want to, this is a push from me, it's a push from the City of Tucson. When I query ChatGPT or DeepSeek or whichever one I want to query and I say, what should I do? They tell me what to do. I'm already doing it. Then I go, what should I do next? Okay, I'm already doing it. We're already doing all of this. We're not doing it as extensively as we need to. But we have to be willing to take some funds and say, what do you think will work? Because the only way we're going to get out of this is to do something new in addition to doing all these other things. And then finally, this Sobering Center implementation plan. You may have heard me talk about this. Multnomah County in Portland has done this. This is really work that has been discussed with Kate Vesely as well as other people to try to figure out, maybe it isn't enough that diversion or deflection puts you in a facility for 3 hours, you get started on MOUD and you go out. Maybe you really need 3 days in a place like that. Maybe you need a place like that that keeps you safe for that 3-day period. Maybe you're lots of stories for women. Maybe we need to give you a safe place. So this is it's a small amount of money to evaluate what we're seeing is happening in Portland. There are a few other sites like this, but this gives us the opportunity to really extensively look at a model like that may really help those individuals that are unhoused, that have MOUD, and even though we initiate them, have substance use, and even though we initiate them on medication-assisted treatment, they still have nowhere to go. And this may give us an opportunity to give them a place to go as we stabilize to get housing. So, next steps, I've kind of gone over most of these. The one thing, and this would be the next slide, I'm sorry, and then we could go back to this slide. The next slide, really, I think what's important to note, and you've heard these challenges, there are policy challenges, there are Medicaid cuts. If they happen, they will significantly hurt the population that right now is suffering from substance use disorder. The coordination of care between data systems, some of this we are funding with our overdose to action funding, working closely with the city, with EMS, and with other data sets that we believe will help us figure out how to address specific people. And then this ongoing evaluation. I do want to, and then we could go back to that slide we were just on with the numbers. Thank you very much. Sorry. So one back. The one thing I do want to remind you is that the county is already putting almost over $3 million a year into this, all from grant funding. Our overdose to action is 1.5 years into a 5-year grant. Despite the concerns about CDC, we believe that money will stay. We have no indication that it won't stay. So in addition to this is all this other work that we are doing, that the city of Tucson is doing, Marana is doing. And so this is not alone, but this is to really reflect what we believe is a way forward right now. So the Boss Air, and I'm going to turn it over to Steve in some ways, the Boss Air talks about $8 million, and it is in a supplemental. It's really not a supplemental, it's the opioid money.
Chair Scott, Administrator Lesher, members of the board. So the ask today is to approve the $8 million just as it's part of our supplemental request, but it's not general fund. Just that we access $8 million of the opioid dollars to begin this RFP process and approve the general categories that we're looking at for purposes of releasing those RFPs.
Questions from board members? Supervisor Hines.
Just like to move that we approve this plan. But if we're not ready yet, we can wait.
Yeah, I have some questions as well. Supervisor Allen.
So I'm curious about the project areas that are going to reach rural areas. I think the mobile map is one I understand. It has the smallest allocation pot. So are there other project areas that are also have rural community outreach embedded within it?
Yeah, Supervisor Allen, members of the board. All of these will have traditional RFP scoring accompanying it, and you don't see that, but one of those is to make sure that there is appropriate geographic distribution of whatever the proposals are. So for instance, we would hope and assume that many of the organizations that are providing care in the more rural areas or the unincorporated jurisdictions would submit proposals. Part of our responsibility will be to ensure that we do enough information sharing throughout the county to do this. I believe I'm comfortable with us doing that because of the work we've done in the past 3 years related to programs like Salud Arte, where we were in every district, but we will be making sure that one of our criteria is to average, to make sure that there's nobody left out. But there is a dependency on organizations applying to this. Now, the way this is going to happen in terms of the RFP review is that we may have the opportunity to say, this is great, but we really need you to extend into the more rural areas. That's actually what happened with the mobile van. The mobile van came to us and said, we're going to go into these 3 areas. And we said, no, you need to go into these 6 rural areas. And so I'm not concerned about that. It's definitely something that we are paying attention to.
And then my other question is how are we defining and measuring success? And including, is there, because it's a lot of money, and there's, it's always sort of the tension between spreading it out thin or going narrow but going deep. And so I guess, is this, to me, it looks like we're spreading thin. Or spreading out, I should say, not necessarily thin. So I do I worry about the degree to which we are, that we have some clear metrics of what success looks like, and that there is funding and an eye towards the evaluation and capturing and tracking of those metrics as we move along through the implementation of the funds.
Yeah, Supervisor Allen, members of the board. I'm so glad you highlighted that. That has been a source of tension actually in the committee itself. Do we set aside funds specifically for evaluation so that we can make sure we have that? What we do know is that the RFP, which is currently in a very, very draft form, has evaluation within it, including metrics that are different for each of these. But remember, these topics are not only not deep, they're broad, like you mentioned. So the evaluation will need to be reflective of whatever the submission is if it is chosen for that. Remember the decision-making we had about, can it be sustained? Is it long-acting? Does it reflect jurisdictional priorities? Is it a public health proven intervention in the past? Those will be some of the scoring criteria that are used in the RFP itself. And from that, the evaluation criteria will need to be specific for each of the interventions. So for instance, our mobile van metrics right now is number of people impacted, number of people that have education. These are very quantitative, number of people initiated on MOUD, but then a longer term number of people that are on MOUD 30, 60, 90 days out. Very similar to what you heard from Paula. And the reason why you're hearing those is that beyond that, it's difficult to evaluate. We could throw in something like, are you employed? Have you had a decrease in interface with the justice system? This is an area that is really open, I think, depending upon what happens. The one here that is actually the most difficult to evaluate in some ways is the youth prevention. This is an area that we hear repeatedly that people want us to go in, they want us to do something with the youth. But what my hope is that I'm not going to see a youth that is then involved with the judicial system if they're 9 years old, right? So the issue is, are they staying in school? Is the family seem more together? Is there a way that we can measure that? So the question is 100% appropriate. I'm really into evaluation and data, so I can give you my word that we'll be looking closely at that, but it may not, I do not think that at the end, I'm going to be able to roll 8 different things up into one number that shows that. The requirement for, we also did just get approval to work with another grant called ARPA-H out of Washington, D.C. Their metric are the numbers of overdoses that result in 911 calls decreased. That's it. That's their one metric for a federal grant. And so there probably will be some overlying metric like that, especially as we work with the city of Tucson and EMS there. But that in and of itself, while that would be reflective, especially right now as our numbers are going up again, it's probably insufficient to do an appropriate evaluation of these.
Is it possible, feasible, conceivable to come up with like 3 metrics, 4 metrics that they do? I can understand that one that bundles them all up in a nice bow is not realistic, but is there 3 or 4 that we could be driving towards that are a unifying metric that are woven into the RFPs for the different areas, so that there is some yardstick to know whether we're moving the needle, acknowledging that it's different needles.
Yeah, Supervisor, members of the board, yes, I think that is. It may be 5, but I do think that we need to follow why the feds did the decision they did, which was basically said there's 2 or 3 things that are quantitative that you can measure. A lot of that, that's why youth prevention is so not nebulous, but more difficult, because it's really qualitative measurement you're trying to get there. Now, we do have some standard interventions that we use for the not intervention standard evaluation tools that we use for the county, the YRBS, the Youth Behavioral Health Survey, which is conducted by CDC, that we pay to get additional surveys done on that. Those are numbers that we track to see, are we improving the number of kids that are using drugs. We also this year engaged with the police initiative to work with one of the large school districts to get some baseline data about violence, exposure, things that constitute the average childhood experiences, so that we do have some additional ways that we can measure what's happening in the county. Because I think some of this is, what's the real goal of this? It's really to improve the health status of the county, regardless of who you are, regardless of race, ethnic, age, gender, sexual orientation. Let's make sure that we decrease these numbers as we go along.
Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hi, Director Colin. It's good to see you.
Hi, it's good to see you.
A couple of questions. Does the city of Tucson have its own bucket of money, or is this the regional allocation?
Supervisor Cano, members of the board, yes, this is an integrated model of funding. The city in the appropriation has its own budget, own appropriation, but the IGA combines the money along with the city of South Tucson and Marana. I do want to give a shout out to that. We are the only large city, which is defined as over 500,000, and county in the United States that have combined their money. Every other county, city, the money has stayed segregated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Director Colin. Can you expand upon what youth prevention means and some of the, what would 3 bullet points be under that?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And what I can, Supervisor Cano, members of the board, what I can do is share with you guys the data sets that we have put together with best practices so that you have a sense of this. So under this would be things like curriculum building for K through 12, interventions, working with team sports and giving youngsters, and the way youth is defined in this is 9 and over, access to mentoring, looking specifically at reaching out to families to ensure that families are stable, so have access to resources for families. Some of this builds on work we have done with our schools program, where we have been highly successful with a program called You Are Not Alone, where we've trained children to take a course that was really developed by Lady Gaga and has proven to be highly successful. It's a 2-hour course about how to be a best friend to somebody, how to recognize if somebody is in a crisis situation, and to report to them. So our hope is that this youth prevention will also build on other work we've done in the schools that's been funded by public health. In addition, the city of Tucson, because they are a very close partner, has work that has been done in this youth area. I will say that the law enforcement, the chief and the sheriff have both indicated that this is a high priority for them.
And Mr. Chairman, Director Colin, the applications for this $8 million would be nonprofits only. So like tribal entities, if jurisdictions have a program that works. Right now, the proposal in front of us is just community-based nonprofits, right?
It's community, Supervisor Cano, members of the board, it's community-based. My hesitation with that is that some of the goal of peer navigation is to get those into healthcare settings. I'm not clear all healthcare settings are nonprofit that are in Tucson. So my hesitation is around that one, because what we know is, independent of if you're a nonprofit or a for-profit hospital, all the healthcare systems are have individuals come into them that have either are diagnosed with substance use disorder or who have suffered an overdose, because it's the closest hospital they go to.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, just some comments, please. And really probably directed toward the county administrator. I want to support this. I have more questions, specifically really related to timing, how we're ensuring cross-jurisdictional partnerships, including with our tribal partners, and just really like if there was an opportunity for each one of these project areas to have like 3 deliverables behind it, which is probably going to happen in the RFP anyway, I feel like that would give me more clarity. Right now, this proposal is well-intentioned, but feels very vague to me as a newcomer. And I will commit to the briefing with you, Dr. Cullen, and the county administrator's office as well, so that I am ensuring that, you know, my assumptions are supported. And I guess really, you know, to my colleague from District 3, I don't know if this is the same concern that you had earlier or what you were trying to share, but what I would hope these opioid dollars that are going to our region really promote is creativity, direct impact on direct ability to fund key programs, and do it in a way that's responsive to community need. And I do believe that we have that. But this feels a little bureaucratic to me from a county as the safeguard of these funds, right? And I'm trying to figure out how to support staff recommendations while also seeing if we can do something to support some collaboration in a meaningful way. So those are my thoughts for now. Appreciate it.
Can I respond?
Please, Dr.
Supervisor
Cullen.
Connor, members of the board. We have a tribal member on the committee, and we've been working closely with Tonatham, Pasquayaki, and Tucson Indian Center. We already fund Tucson Indian Center. Pasquayaki and Tonatham have gotten their own opioid settlement dollars. So these dollars are not designed to support what is going on reservation. However, we work very closely with all 3 tribal organizations in the county, and we are transparent with them about what we are doing. I do want to call out that American Indians, Alaska Natives have the highest rate of overdose in the county, and we are cognizant of that. Just last week, actually, we arranged for Narcan to be delivered to one of the tribes that needed to have that. So I'm pretty comfortable with that, the tribal engagement with this, because it's been very intentional. The other concerns you have, I would love to discuss with you. Thanks.
Anything else, Supervisor?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Supervisor Hines?
Now can I move the item?
Well, I hadn't gotten to ask my questions yet, so
Biscuit.
sorry. And I'm delighted that my questions came after Supervisor Allen's and Supervisor Cano's, because I think they're going to follow along the same lines. In the Beaucaire, it says that to ensure that opioid settlement funds are invested in evidence-based, evidence-informed, and culturally appropriate strategies that address current and emerging issues and work to prevent future negative impacts, PCHD will be seeking proposals from suppliers through a request for proposals procurement process. Then it lists the 7 initiatives using different wording, by the way, in the Beaucaire than is used in the slides, but I get it. Recognizing that somebody could address more than one of these 7 initiative areas, I'm assuming that our RFP, that we don't have an RFP for each initiative area, that we're trying to craft a more broadly drawn RFP.
Chair Scott, members of the board, yes, we actually have gotten 3 RFPs from other counties that have let them, and that does seem to be the best practice. There's 1 RFP with the different areas included under that RFP, so individuals could, for instance, apply for 1, 3, and 5. I'm making that up, and then give us specific interventions and plans for each of those different areas. And to go back to what Supervisor Allen and Supervisor Canos talked about, make sure that there are metrics associated with each of those. So yes, there are not multiple RFPs. There is 1 overarching RFP that's planned.
And recognizing that and understanding, I would gather that when the committee was coming up with amounts in each one of these 7 initiative areas, those amounts could be could change based on the type of responses we get to the RFP and what respondents are able to address.
Chair Scott, members of the board, yes. You can see some of them have like a range, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is we add up to spend $8 million and not go over that $8 million. But yes, I would anticipate that will happen. I think it's also important to note that this is where we're starting. During the RFP process itself, I imagine there will be lots of evaluation. We do not anticipate having only people from the health department on the review committee. We anticipate that there will be an external person as well as someone from community workforce development to help evaluate the RFPs. It's a little difficult in that there are people on the committee themselves that may be representing an organization that may want to apply for one of these funding sources. So once the decision is made that this is what we're going to move forward, it will become an internal county developed RFP. We're very cognizant of the need to ensure that is protected in a way so that there's not any concerns about that.
And thank you very much. And one other question, and I've asked this before with regard to opioid settlement funds that the county gets. I know that a certain portion of the opioid settlement goes to the state. And I'm always wondering if, especially with something this extensive, if we're looking for opportunities to partner with either DHS or the Attorney General's office so that we can combine our efforts and perhaps impact even more people.
Chair Scott, members of the board, we do have discussions with the Attorney General. It's actually how we've gotten Narcan in the past.
Right.
We also have discussions with the Poison Control Center because they're on the radar for the Attorney General to be a distributor for Narcan and also medication-assisted treatment, especially in southern Arizona. You know, the Poison Control Center for non-Maricopa County is based at the University of Arizona. However, you probably are aware that last year the opioid settlement dollars were taken for the prison population.
Yes.
So our discussions with the Attorney General and our interfaces there are really based on what are they doing for the other counties. We're part of the local health department Arizona committee, and Chris Mays and other people have presented to us. Their concern is really to make sure that there's equitable distribution. If they are going to send out to the counties, that they're sending it out equitably. Now, we have been the benefit of their largesse in that we have a way to distribute, for instance, Narcan that's more efficient and effective than the other counties. So we have gotten a much greater percentage of the Narcan that's been distributed. As far as Homeland Security, you know, we are a high narcotic trafficking area. You're probably aware, probably 60% of the fentanyl. It's hard to say what's going on right now, but 60% of the fentanyl historically has come in through the U.S. We work very closely with CBP and Homeland Security, and actually they're the ways we get insights into what the supply is that's coming in and the amount of fentanyl that is included, for instance, in a fentanyl pill or another distribution method that they're using. So those have been there. They have not included an ask, can you give us additional funding? What they have included is, do you have resources that you are focusing on that we can ensure come into Pima County? I'm pretty comfortable with that right now. I think we're going to have to wait and see what happens in the next few months.
Thank you, Dr. Cullen. Supervisor Dr. Hines, if you would like to make your motion.
I would move that we approve the plan as described by Dr. Cullen.
I will second. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-0. All right. Dr. Cullen, thank you. Appreciate your patience, but the presentation was very informative and I think led to some good dialogue with the board. We're going to go back to the regular agenda, and I'm going to make an attempt to do some bundling because of the fact that we still have some addendum items to discuss. If you go back to page 5 on the agenda, we already took care of everything on there except for 25 and 27. And if there's no objection, I would move both those items. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Items pass 4-0. Now, if you'll skip forward to page number 8, item number 32, under Human Resources, I will move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Administrator Lesher, any comments on that item? Okay. All those in favor of item number 32 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 4-0. If you look at contract and award, 33, 34, 35, 36 are all no-cost items. So I would move all 4 of those items.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Cano. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor of those 4 items indicate by saying aye. Aye. So that takes us then to 37 and 38. They have absolutely no similarity other than they're next to each other. So I was going to, I know I made Melissa laugh. So I'm going to move 37 and 38.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's approved. Would also like to move together, again, they have no connection other than being on the same page, items 39, 40, 41, and 42.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 4-0. Now we're at grant application and acceptance. I would move items 43, 44, and 45. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 3-0 because Supervisor Hines had to leave the dais. Now we are back to hearings, and we already did number 47 because Principal Miller was here. But with the other ones, I think based on a conversation I had with the clerk, we're going to need to take them one at a time. So with item number 46, if there's nobody here to address this item, and it sure looks like there's not. I will move to close the public hearing and approve that permit.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Cano. Any discussion? The only thing I will point out is that we have had permits from Caterpillar Incorporated in Green Valley numerous times. This is in a non-residential area, and I think we've approved them every time they've come before us. Go ahead, Supervisor Allen.
I anxiously await our fireworks policy.
Yes, ma'am.
Until we get there, I will continue to deny fireworks permits out of my concern for air quality, noise, for animals and wildlife, fire danger. So just putting that out there.
No, I appreciate that. I have made the same statement with regard to commercial shows at the resorts. So I appreciate that. I think this is it's a multifaceted area with lots of different nuances, and so no, I understand right where you're coming from. All right, we moved and seconded closing the hearing and approving item number 46. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No. Opposed.
Okay, that one is tied then, Ms. Manriquez.
Okay, so Chair Scott, board members, since it's a tie vote, this item will be moved to the next regular scheduled board meeting, which is May 6th.
Okay.
Okay? For consideration.
Thank you. With regard to that, and this is why we're doing these separately, the permit at Skyline Country Club is for an event on May 3rd. We don't meet again till May 6th. So if there is a tie or negative vote on this one, it's not going to move forward. I wanted to ask the clerk, could you share with the board what is the purpose for this show at Skyline Country Club?
Chair Scott, board members, so this fireworks permit request is for Empire High School's prom.
Ah, okay. Okay. All right. All right. Well, I will move to close the public hearing and approve the permit at Skyline Country Club for the Empire High School prom.
Second.
All right. Moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. Passes 3-1 with Supervisor Allen in opposition. 49, you'll all be delighted to know, for reasons that must be specific to the school, they have pulled that permit request for Sabino High School. And moving away from fireworks to booze, we have a hearing for a liquor license. There's nobody here to address it, so I'll move to close the public hearing and approve the license.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-0. All right. That's the agenda. And on the addendum, item number 6 is a resolution that I put on the addendum. I'm going to ask that we continue it to the next meeting.
I'll second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Allen. And let me say that the reason I'm moving to continue it is that in my discussions with staff, and I have had discussions with Supervisor Allen, because we can only talk with one supervisor about something that's going to be on the agenda. In each instance, discussions with staff and also in discussions with Supervisor Allen, we have two interests. One is to advocate for the concerns of our constituents. And roughly a third of Tucson Water's ratepayers live in the unincorporated county, and they are represented by the Board of Supervisors. But the second is that we want to have a more global, comprehensive, holistic, all the words you want to use, discussion about water. And I recognize that My colleague and I may have some wording changes to the resolution as it was drafted by staff, and I really appreciate Mr. DeBonis and Mr. LeBlanc and anybody else who helped you for the initial draft. But in between now and May 6th, let's talk with each other about the wording of that so that we can express our concern on behalf of our constituents, but also move forward in a way that helps to engage that broader discussion about the use of water. So further comments, Supervisor Hines?
Are we allowed to talk about this item a little bit at all, or do we just have to vote on the continuance? Because
Don't you like it when heads swivel your way?
Yeah, no problem, Chair. So right now there's a motion and a second.
Yes, to continue.
You can discuss the motion.
Okay, and that's what I did. Do you want to discuss the motion to continue based on our Sergeant at Arms? Our parliamentarians.
It's kind of all smeared together, but no, that's fine. We can continue it.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion to continue? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes 4-0. All right, now we are to item 7 on the addendum, which Supervisor Hines has added to the addendum. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. And apologies to my colleagues for some very robust, dense things in the addendum. I try not to do that, but yeah, and I'm sorry if you have any seizure activity if you try to look at that table for the next item. But these are very important issues, and we've talked about, frankly, item 8 already a bit earlier. But item 7 relates to some activities I've been engaging in on behalf of the county in conjunction with the director of our economic development department. And that included a recent trip in the past couple months to Mexico City for a trade conference there, and also another trip to meet with the governor of the state of Aguascalientes. I was very, very impressed, and I think it's really important for individual jurisdictions, whether that's at the municipal, county, and even state level, to do a lot of engagement with our trading partners, given that Mexico is our largest trading partner in southern Arizona, in Arizona in general. And we aren't seeing the same kind of, or any support from the federal level to really help foster these relationships with regard to tariffs and other trade policy issues. I was very pleased to find out, firsthand at the Select USA conference in Mexico City a couple of months ago, 3 times the number of Mexican business people signed up. So since that was 200 and something, 700 plus signed up, despite the new administration, a rather antagonistic view on threats of tariffs and all that other stuff, bashing of our friends and neighbors, frankly. 3 times the number of people showed up. And this was basically, you had the Texans and the Californians and the North Carolinians there trying to compete to get them to move to their states or to their various jurisdictions. And of course, the Arizona Commerce Authority had some representation there too, though they did forget their swag, so you couldn't really tell, which is sad. But what I saw was a tremendous desire for engagement, looking for whatever reason, maybe they don't want Texas anymore. California's pretty darn expensive, and they're looking for some place to go. We have, as Heath described it, an amazing cultural confluence in Pima County that many of these other places do not have due to our proximity to the border. And then all of these observations were just reinforced when I visited Aguascalientes, which I will admit I did not know was a state, and also the same name as for the city. Very impressive governor. She wanted me to speak Spanish with her in her conference room, and that was a little bit difficult at a high level on economic development. If somebody was bleeding or having a heart attack, I would be on it. But but no, it was
you pulled it off though, right?
I did. I didn't embarrass us. Don't worry. I did also extend an invitation for her to come and meet our governor, because I kept telling everyone that I was representing Arizona. Okay, well, I don't know, kind of. We're subdivision, right? So anyhow, but what I saw there was the same thing, and we have a tremendous need. Our hospitals have been working through it's not called that. Did the name change? Is it done? the Southern Arizona Chamber.
It is the Chamber of Southern Arizona, Supervisor Hines, but Pima County continues to have a contract with Sun Corridor Incorporated.
Okay, so well, that's in transition, but so the Chamber / Sun Corridor Incorporated have been facilitating discussions locally about our professional workforce deficit, which is worsening and especially having a negative effect on our hospital systems. If you don't already know this, hospital systems are fiercely competitive for market share for patients, and I mean, under the leadership of Judy Rich, also a former chair of Sun Corridor, all of our major, TMC and the Banner system and Carondelet and Northwest, all their CEOs agree we need a county-wide effort that is a funded, targeted effort to fix this becoming desperate situation with regard to professional workforce just in healthcare. I'm not saying that isn't applying to Raytheon. Raytheon they're always several hundred engineers short, so they need engineering students too. Aguascalientes doesn't have a U.S. consulate, but they have 4 or 5 medical schools, nursing schools, and I think 3 schools of engineering. Mexico City, way more than that, obviously. So there is an interest, because I've spoken to several individuals myself when I was on these trips, in coming here, working here as medical students, continuing their residencies here, in a Northwest Medical Center, not Carondelet, the Northwest, TMC, and the Banner system all have graduate medical education. And if you know anything about healthcare training, where those, and you can't practice without doing a residency of 3+ years, where you do your residency, 90-ish% of the time, that's where that professional is going to stay because of the relationships that they form while they're, and look at me, I came here from Michigan, and that was to do my residency at U of A, and I'm sitting here. So it's just one of, I think, it's the point being, we have hospital systems working together to encourage an effort for us to attract the talent we need so that we don't have our healthcare system, frankly, fall apart in about 10 years or so. I think that's absolutely that is the purview of the county to do this, and it should be within our Department of Economic Development, and right there in line with, I guess that's a major secondary priority, but like the main priority, of course, helping to facilitate businesses just coming here. Like they don't know how to register with the Corporation Commission. They don't know it exists. So like they need navigators. Anyhow, so Heath and I have been talking about this a lot, and instead of trying to do a whole complicated plan from the dais, I think the best way to go about this is to rely on the expertise of Heath and his team and our staff, and ask for your support in directing staff, including the director of our Economic Development Office, to put together like an engagement plan for Mexico, and to bring that back to us in, what do they say? I don't know if do you think 90 days too much? I don't know. That's fine with me. But to bring it back to the board in 90 days, showing us, PCNs, where they will be, offices where they will be, just kind of how we can roll this out, what makes the most sense, all that kind of stuff. And I think that's really in line with our charge from the statutes. Economic development is part of what we're supposed to do. And I think that this would be a great way to do that. We have currently in our Economic Development Office about, I think it's 4.5 PCNs. I believe City of Tucson has 11. So adding a few more, or I would say even doubling it, and having some deployable assets within Mexico to take advantage of the ample interest and need for navigators to direct businesses and medical and other professionals into Southern Arizona, I think is a tremendous opportunity. A relatively low amount of money will bear quite a lot of fruit. And so I'm asking for you to approve the motion to direct staff to develop a plan that comes back to us for full review and approval at a later date, 90 days hence.
So you're moving item number 7 on the addendum.
Yes.
I will second it, but wanted to ask Ms. Lesher, when you're following up with Mr. Vescovi, Chiordi, I think that there also needs to be discussion within the parameters of our contract with Sun Corridor, because it seems to me that they could play a role in what Supervisor Hines and Mr. Vescovi, Chiordi have been discussing. Supervisor Allen.
Thank you. I would also ask that the plan contemplate a scaling up starting small and sort of growing as the need develops and evolves with it. It sort of seemed, so that's one. And then the other, I think, is to make sure that we're thinking about, Mexico is big and complex, and ensuring that we are thinking about the right places, providing the right fulfilling the need that we have, right? And that there be the right climate. Thank you. It's getting a little late. Can I just do hand gestures and that you can translate that into words? Yes.
Thank you, Supervisor. All right, go ahead, Supervisor Hines.
I think it says it in the item, but it's not fair to do a pilot like this in 6 months or 12 months. So it contemplates a multi-year kind of pilot.
Yeah, you didn't have any time frame.
I didn't. Did I not? I thought I said multi-year.
No,
You're
sir.
right. You know what? I think I was supposed to say multi-year.
Oh, well.
but I didn't actually. But yeah, so the pilot needs to be a legitimate effort. Otherwise, you can't do it for 6 months ago.
I think just saying to create a plan
that'll do
is, and then everything after that is sufficient direction.
Okay, great.
All right. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. We'll move now to addendum item number 8, which is also an item put on the addendum by Supervisor Hines. Board of Supervisor Policy D2217, General Fund, 3 cents for affordable housing. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. So this is something that I've been contemplating for a while, and we've heard and seen a lot today, actually, just about the need for affordable housing. The county can't do all of it. That is too heavy of a lift, I think, for any single jurisdiction. But this is a plan, a 10-year plan going forward, 3 cents ramping up per year over the next 10 years, as you can see in the chart. That will bring in total to about $207 million to direct over the next 10 years to address the housing shortfall, especially on the affordable side. I have here on my time, during my time on the board, I have, supported borrowing money to help accelerate road projects. I get that. That's an important priority too. But at the same time, as a hospital physician, I know people are struggling. My patients are struggling with their housing. I sometimes see our ER colleagues and sometimes myself. We have to discharge people to the street, right? Because they're struggling with housing. So we can't just do roads, and the $5 million a year is just looking at the study that we saw, a need for 116,000 housing units over the next 2 decades. And over the next 10 years, about 36,000 of those would be classified on the affordable housing side of things. So what this will do, and again, this is on top of what the $5 million a year we have already built into our budget, this would bring in, over that 10 years, sufficient amount of money to build approximately 12,000 or slightly more than 12,000 affordable housing units. It's a big policy, it's a big discussion, a big decision, but incredibly important. And it's something we can, just like PAYGO and just like other policies like this board or future boards can say, not enough, we need to make it 4 cents, or no, too much, we need to make it 2 cents, or they could stop it altogether, or they could double it, or whatever, or they could extend it. So it's always up to this board to be able to modify this going forward if we want to, for whatever reason. But we have impaneled a commission for affordable housing. They've been begging us multiple times in motions they've passed, asking us for some way to get additional funding. We've put that off because we were waiting for a study. We have a lot of results from that study, at least top line results from that study, that this is all based on. So I would move the 3 cents per year, increasing property tax dedicated for affordable housing for the next 10 years.
I'd like to make a motion that we continue this conversation, this vote, until the next board meeting. One is to say that I support the 3 cents for affordable housing. And I want to have that conversation within the context of the conversation about the overall property tax rate and what it could look like if there are going to be any other increases to the property tax. I want to hear about how our tax rate compares to other counties across the state. I think also looking at what it is that we actually get, the amount that we actually get to kind of utilize as the county, right? Because our property tax levy is already divvied out amongst other kind of jurisdictions and districts, what we get to work with. So I think just having this in the context of the broader property tax revenue would be helpful, and then I would feel good in voting for it and making sure that it's in there. And I have to say, thank you, Supervisor Hines, for just giving this some motion and really giving it some traction, because it is something that we have to be specific and intentional to tackle the need that we have for affordable housing within our county. And I think this does that.
Chair Scott? Just to go back to Supervisor Hines' motion, his motion was for approval of the new board policy D22.17.
Right.
Do I have a second to that motion?
I can withdraw that and just second the motion to continue to the next meeting, if that's easier. Sounds like that.
Okay, so we do have a second then to the motion that Supervisor Allen made to continue the item to the next meeting. I saw Supervisor Kano seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank my colleague from District 2 for bringing this proposal together. I support the spirit and the intent of this proposal, and I look forward to continuing this conversation to ensure that it also is in alignment with our budget adoption in a couple of weeks. With that, I support the continuation.
I will reserve additional comments until next week, because to be aligned with what our parliamentarian said earlier, I'm going to keep my comments based on continuation. So all those in favor of Supervisor Allen's motion to continue the item until May 6th indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. And we have just one remaining item, and that is item number 13, Durazo Construction Corporation, Amendment number 9 to provide for the Curley Gymnasium historic renovation. You want to move that item, Supervisor Allen?
Yes, I would.
I thought you might, and I will second it. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Item passes. And who had 354 in your pool? Is it always Sam? All right, I figured.